Thank you for joining us. This morning's program will begin in just a few minutes. We appreciate your patience.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome. I'm Paige Fortna. I'm the director of the Arnold A. Saltzman Institute for War and Peace Studies here at SEPA and the Harold Brown Professor of U.S. Foreign and National Security Policy in the Department of Political Science, also here at Columbia. On behalf of the Saltzman Institute and our co-sponsors for this event, SEPA's Institute of Global Politics, Columbia's Institute for Social and Economic Research and Policy, or ICERP, and the Public Interest Declassification Board, also referred to as the PIDB. It's my pleasure to welcome you to Columbia for today's conference titled The Dark State, ? Government Secrecy and American Democracy. This is the second annual conference in honor of our late colleague and friend, Robert Jervis. I think Bob would have been at least slightly, maybe very, embarrassed to have a big annual conference named after him. All of us who knew him know that he was unaccountably modest. I can't think of any scholar with a larger ratio of impact on our field to ego. But while he might have been embarrassed to have his name at the head of the program, I'm pretty sure he would have been amused that the students have started referring to the conference as Jerv Fest. And I know for certain that he would have loved today's topic. Issues of intelligence, secrecy, classification and declassification, and their implications for our country and for security are among the many, many topics that Bob's work has helped us to understand. The issues we'll be discussing today are particularly urgent in the current political climate, including the political climate here on this campus. Like many faculty and students and staff, I was shocked and outraged by the university's decision to call in the NYPD to arrest over 100 students yesterday. I want to apologize to our non-Columbia guests today for the inconvenience caused in getting into the building, and I'm frankly a little bit ashamed to be part of a university that responds to peaceful student protest by locking down campus and calling in the cops. Bob would have been dismayed by the escalation and the strategic miscalculation it represents. He, after all, did teach us a thing or two about escalation and the spiral model. I also know that he would have been very worried about the risk of an even more serious spiral of escalation and miscalculation between Israel and Iran. And I know that I am not alone in this room in wishing that Bob were here to discuss deterrence and spiral models in the Middle East, in Ukraine, and even here on campus politics. I also know I'm not alone in wishing that he were here with us today to talk about government secrecy, transparency, and accountability. I'd like to thank the members of the Jervis family who are present here today. I'd like to thank Ingrid Gerstmann and Olivia Grinberg and the fantastic staff at the Saltzman Institute, as well as the staff of IGP for helping us to organize today's events. Any of you who have put on a conference like this know how much goes into it. I'd also like to thank Peter Clement and Jack Snyder of the Saltzman Institute for helping us to craft this program, and especially to thank Matt Connolly, professor of history, who along with Carter Burwell, who I'll introduce a little bit later, suggested today's topic and helped us to connect with our superb guests and group of experts today. I finally want to affirm that a core value of Columbia, recent events notwithstanding, is the free and respectful exchange of ideas, even on controversial topics. And some of today's topics may be controversial. In fact, if they're not, we're probably not doing our job. To that end, we've built into the program plenty of time for questions and comments from the audience on each of the panels. And now I'm pleased to introduce Karen Yarhimilo, Dean of SIPA and the Adlai E. Stevenson Professor of International Relations in the Department of Political Science, and former director of the Saltzman Institute, and a very dear friend. I think one of my biggest contributions to Columbia has been bringing Karen here from a certain school in New Jersey that I shan't name. Besides being an amazing dean, Karen is a renowned scholar of international security, crisis decision-making, and political psychology. She's the author of 2 books, each of which are relevant in different ways to today's topic. Her books, Knowing the Adversary, Leaders, Intelligence, Organizations, and Assessment of Intentions in International Relations, is obvious from the title what its relevance is to today's topic, and Who Fights for Reputation, The Psychology of Leaders in International Conflict. She's somebody who's worked with the kinds of documents that we're going to be talking today and has a great deal of expertise. She was Bob's student, as well as his colleague. And Karen has been the vital force behind the creation and the continuation of the annual Robert Jervis Conference, i.e. JervFest, and she'll tell you more about it. Thanks, Karen.
Thank you, Paige, for this kind and introduction and for great remarks as always. What an event you and your team and everybody here at the Institute of Politics, the Saltzman Institute of War and Peace, working together to put this wonderful program today. I know that we can look forward to several fascinating discussions, and we have really great panelists with us today. We're really lucky to have you, so thank you so much for coming. And again, apologies for for how difficult it was to get into campus today. I give a speech at this podium almost every week these days, sometimes twice a week. But today's event feels different than most. As you know, this is our second conference honoring the late Robert Jervis, my friend, my mentor, someone whom had Bob as a mentor. Being here is important to me on a very personal level, more than I can explain. When we inaugurated the conference last year, I observed that Bob was a legend in the field of international relations, a true intellectual, a scholar, a mentor to many in our community. He inspired me, inspired so many of us in this room and who are watching the live stream to be political scientists, to engage with the world as political scientists, to really bring our scholarship to address, to make sense of real-world problems and help offer solutions, analyze them in creative ways. And last year, when we had our the inaugural conference, we covered so many areas, geopolitics in China, issues around China, and models, talking about theory around deterrence and escalation and all of this. But there was one topic that we did not cover last year that I knew was also very, very important, and that is the work that he did with the intelligence community and his scholarship about intelligence failure and his passion and interest in declassification of documents. So I am so thrilled that we've had this opportunity to cover those topics today. And indeed, the topic of today's conference could not be more perfect. Bob worked with classified and declassified information for much of his career. As a long-standing member of the and former chair of the CIA's Historical Review Panel, he worked tirelessly to declassify intelligence and push back against excessive government secrecy. We know from our colleague Peter Clement, and we also know from Avril Haines' remarks last year, that Bob and his scholarship were particularly influential on the CIA. Bob's writing were used as textbooks to train generations of CIA analysts. We know that information flowed in the other direction as well, with Bob gleaning insights from declassified intelligence for the benefit of scholars and the general public alike. I personally benefited enormously from his writing on intelligence and intelligence failures. And in my classes, in all my classes, I assign the postmortem that he wrote on the Iraq WMDs and the postmortem on the fall of the Shah. And it is just remarkable how his insights from those, writings, those postmortems are so relevant to understanding even the most recent major intelligence failure of October 7. You just go back to those writings and you glean so much that makes sense in explaining the recent one as well. In a broad sense, Bob cared about these topics because of their relation to effective democratic governance. He wrote eloquently that secrecy makes large parts of our government dangerous to democracy and difficult to control. But accessing declassified documents was also essential to his scholarship and to the legions of academics who would follow him. Without seeing the original documents and analyzing the actual minutes of closed-door meetings, we could not find the patterns that would otherwise stay hidden. We would lack that contextual analysis and level of detail that case studies in political science require. And we cannot analyze the psychology of leaders or decision-making without having access to those primary documents and declassifying information. I remember so many conversations with Bob about a variety of topics, but I vividly remember probably the best conversations we've had were when I came back from presidential archives and I showed him what I was able to find. And those conversations, looking at the documents with him, his eyes lit up. He could talk about them and with so much passion and curiosity. And I will never forget the time that I told him that I was able to get Brzezinski's weekly reports to Carter. And that the best part about them was that Carter not just read those reports, but he left his handwritten notes on the margin. And for Bob, that was just the best part of what we could find and what we could do, because from that came my first book. and I even relied on this in my second book, and other scholars have done the same. This is essential to the work that we do. It's essential to the work that he did as well. Also, we're going to see that one of today's panels will look at artificial intelligence and the management of dangerous information. And as someone who was always, I personally was always interested in it, but Bob too. I remember many conversations that we've had about what would it look like to declassify intelligence when you have other, forms of technology that leaders use to communicate and so on, and what would be the potential for AI to assist maybe in better managing state secrets. Those are conversations about AI we never really got to have with Bob, and of course, I wish we could. But Bob was often fascinated by new technologies, and I know that he was curious about the process, opportunities, and challenges posed by cyber capabilities and other forms of technologies. And I really often wonder what he would make of today's revolutionary age. And I know that he would be mindful of the potential use of AI in threat assessment and concern, probably about its use in speeding up political and military decision-making. Those are topics that we have to study. What are the effects of AI in warfare on political decision-making? This is just one example that I think we as a community should study, and bringing the kind of the Jervasian aspect, the Jervasian way of thinking about the world and decision-making into those conversations as well. I also think Bob would have been intrigued by the potential uses of AI as a tool of scholarship for analyzing and sifting through reams of data, and an area that most of us are just starting to figure out. And that really gets us to kind of how we do the work as scholars. Is there a better way to analyze thousands and thousands of documents? Can we use AI as scholars to do better analysis of decision-making and intelligence output and so on? So all of those are great topics for conversations. And today's discussion on government secrecy in American democracies would definitely be right in Robert Jervis' wheelhouse. But gathering as we do today also reflects his spirit. When we convene scholars and bring them together with members of the intelligence community, we implicitly honor Bob and the work and the values that he championed. He has always been about bringing the scholarly community and the policymakers and the intelligence community together. Always talked about it, about what would be the most impactful scholarship one could do. Well, one that, policymakers can actually access and draw from. And as I said, I think that Bob would have been intrigued by a lot of the conversation we're going to have today. And I cannot believe it's been 2 years since Bob passing. And we've seen some major events in the world, in the international stage, as Paige mentioned. I've taken part in many big conversations since then, especially in the recent months. And every so often I find myself can't help to think about how he would have enjoyed a particular discussion, but also how much he would have contributed to that conversation. I just always get a sense leaving a room, it's like, the conversation was great, but it wasn't a Bob Jervis kind of great. Again, I want to really thank the Saltzman Institute and the Institute of Global Politics for putting this conference together. And as a dean, it's wonderful for me to see how the Saltzman Institute, that is my first home, and the IGP, that became my second home, work together so closely on addressing those topics. And thank you especially, Paige, for your wonderful leadership as your first year director, and I look forward to working together next year. A special thanks to our colleague, Matthew Connolly, Professor of History, for bringing this topic to our attention and for helping us to connect with some of our outstanding panelists. Matt and I talked about this last year. I told him immediately, let's do it, and here we are today. A lot of work was put into this, and I really want to thank the staff of the Saltzman Institute, Ingrid, Olivia, and others, and the staff of IGP, Christina, Lauren, and others, and the event team of SIPA for putting this together. Thank you very much. Look forward to a great conversation.
Thank you so much, Karen. With that, I am very pleased to introduce our first panel of the day, the Law of Secrecy. And I should say, if you didn't notice it as you were coming in, if you need the program, there are QR codes floating around. You can get the program on your phone. We're trying to cut down on the use of paper around here. So this panel on the law of secrecy will lay the political and legal foundations for government transparency and secrecy. It'll also address the core tension between legitimate government secrecy and democratic accountability that is the main theme of our day today. And so I'd like to welcome our panelists to the stage, and I'll introduce the moderator, Carter Burwell. Carter is currently a litigation counsel at Du Bois and Plimpton, LLP in Washington, D.C. He's also had more than a decade in senior roles across the federal government. I won't list them all, but they include counselor to the Secretary of the Treasury for Terrorism and Finance Intelligence, and he's one of the top lawyers on the U.S. Senate Judiciary Committee. In February 2022, Mitch McConnell appointed Carter to serve on the Public Interest Declassification Board, one of the co-sponsors of today's event. Carter also serves as a law professor at the University of Texas School of Law and the Antonin Scalia Law School at George Mason University. As it turns out, he and I are distant cousins with roots in the tiny, tiny town of Millwood, Virginia. And as has been mentioned, he was part of making this event happen through conversations with Matt Connolly a year ago at another PIDB meeting, and we're really thrilled that this has come to pass. And so with that, I'll pass it over to Carter to introduce the rest of our panel. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Paige, and it's really a pleasure to be back here at Columbia. I was a 1996 graduate of the university. Delighted to see that the university is still in the headlines, too, and very grateful that we were able to gather today here, and grateful for Paige for having us, for SIPA, for the Saltzman Center, to learn more about Bob Jervis and his legacy. So grateful to Matt Connolly. This event really came out of our last event the PIDB had at the University of Texas last year, and so grateful to carry on that conversation again here. Last year we had Avril Haines came and spoke and made some really great statements about the role of classified information, the importance of it, but the importance of declassifying that information. Senator Cornyn came and spoke, also talked about these issues, but I am really grateful today to have a panel of outside experts, kind of outsiders, scholars, practitioners. I think so much of my experience in the national security community was conversations. Matt's book does a wonderful job of painting the picture of SCIFs and the secret room where national security professionals get together and talk about national security information. But it's so critical that we have these conversations in public with the American people, that we share these, that it's not just the experts on the inside, but scholars who come and talk about these issues, and practitioners who litigate these issues in court, especially as our battle for national security moves to kind of great power competition and the battle for information. And I'm looking forward to hearing conversations about that today. And I will briefly introduce our panelists. I'll start at the end. Professor Heidi Kitt-Rosser is the William Gurley Memorial Professor of Law at Northwestern. She's an expert in constitutional law and government secrecy and separation of powers and freedom of speech. She wrote a wonderful book on this subject called Reclaiming Accountability, Transparency, Executive Power, and the U.S. Constitution. And I also saw that Professor Kitt-Rosser and I have in common that we clerked for a district court judge and a circuit court judge, and that she spent some time, as we were talking about, at a law firm in Washington at the beginning of her career. Professor David Posen, in the middle there, is a professor here at Columbia and teaches and writes on topics of constitutional law, information, nonprofit law, and a variety of other topics. Most pertinent to our conversation here today is his seminal work that he published really at the beginning of his career, I think, as a professor in 2013 in the Harvard Law Review, called The Leaky Leviathan, about the law of secrecy, but also the practice of secrecy, and how the practice of leaks form the undercurrent, almost a common law of secrecy. And I'm really looking forward to hearing more about that today. Professor Posen does not just have experience in academia. He clerked on the Supreme Court and for a lowly circuit court judge named Merrick Garland in D.C., and also served as a legal advisor at the State Department for a couple years, so has experience in government as well. Lastly, to my right is Ben Wisner.
I forget.
He is the director of the ACLU's Speech, Privacy, and Technology Project, which works to protect and expand the First Amendment freedoms of expression, association, and inquiry. I learned last night that Ben started his career at the ACLU in August of 2001, on the eve of the September 11th attacks, and has spent the last 20 plus years of his career litigating issues involving national security. Issues like Guantanamo Bay. He's been representing Edward Snowden on issues of transparency and surveillance reform, and very grateful that he's here and is going to give us a view on how this works in courts and how the law, judicial common law is affecting the law of secrecy. Ben's a graduate of Harvard, NYU Law School, also clerked on the Ninth Circuit for Judge Reinhardt. So the lay of this panel, and we very much want to hear from you. Each panelist is going to speak for 5 or 10 minutes on their subject of choice, their expertise, and delighted to hear more about that. Professor Kitt-Rosser is going to start us off with some of her work on the constitutional, legal, really foundational principles of secrecy in a Republican form of government and under our Constitution. Then I think we're going to turn to Ben and have Ben talk a little bit about his experience with those issues in courts, representing individuals and trying to change the law. And then lastly, Professor Posen is going to talk about his work, which still is front and center in this world of secrecy, and grateful. So I'm going to turn it over to Professor Kitt-Rosser, and look forward to a lively discussion.
Well, thank you so much. I'm really thrilled to be here, and big thanks to everyone involved in organizing it. And this is, as a couple of others have mentioned, this is really quite a day to be at Columbia University. And it was interesting because I was brushing up a little bit on some facts about Robert Jervis's life in anticipation of this conference. And I saw reference to his proud participation, or his sort of proud recollection of having participated in the Berkeley free speech movement. And apparently he said he was very proud that he was almost arrested. So I so wish that we could ask him now, what he makes of today's events. So I, as Carter suggested, I am going to be talking about the constitutional framework underlying questions of government secrecy and transparency. Obviously, I can't lay it all out in 5 to 10 minutes, but I do want to start by saying that when I say framework, it might be a little bit deceiving because, not surprisingly, for anyone who's even glanced at the Constitution could figure out pretty quickly, there's certainly no easy spoon-feedable answers, right, as to what the Constitution has to say about all of these things. But there are materials, there's text, there's history, there's logic, from which we make judgments and from which arguments come. And there are certainly a lot of arguments. And I thought the best way to kind of give a sense of key constitutional principles and arguments in this realm is to lay out at least one, and then depending on how much time that takes me, possibly two, of the key presidentialist arguments in favor of sort of a strong presidential and more broadly really executive power to keep secrets. And by presidentialist, that's sort of shorthand for the idea that the executive branch, the president, as well as his subordinates within the executive branch, have not just a significant power to keep secrets, but really a preclusive power, one that would override the judgments of courts or of Congress, and that might even really preclude First Amendment analysis in cases where the First Amendment comes into play. So let me start by kind of explaining one of the key presidentialist arguments in this regard, and then I'll explain, in the spirit of debate, I suppose I'll debate what I just said, and suggest what I think is actually quite wrong, in my view, with those arguments. So the so-called presidentialist argument from a national security perspective, to the extent that when the president or a subordinate, often through a classification decision or possibly through some other sort of exercise of judgment, decides that it would be too dangerous for national security to be revealed, that really can't be second-guessed, or to the extent that any other player gets to have any role, it's one that has to be extraordinarily deferential. And that can manifest in a number of ways. We'll probably hear more details about kind of concretely how that manifests from the other panelists and certainly in discussion. But among the ways it can show up is in the context of refusals to grant FOIA requests, for example, to disclose documents. Oftentimes the executive branch might say, well, we can't because this falls under FOIA Exemption 1, meaning essentially it's national security information. And courts have tended to be extraordinarily deferential, very much afraid to sort of second-guess the executive judgment there. Similar issues arise in arguments about the state secrets privilege, where the executive branch says X or Y piece of information cannot come into this litigation because it would be too dangerous to disclose. In some cases, too dangerous to disclose even in camera, just to the judge, and even where that would preclude the case proceeding at all and would have to lead to the case's dismissal. It also manifests in, for the most part, courts' refusal, the judiciary's refusal to consider First Amendment limits, or that there might be First Amendment limits on Espionage Act prosecutions brought under individuals for leaking classified information to the media. So those are examples of how it manifests itself, this principle. So what are sort of the key rationales given for these principles? Well, for these ideas. One is sort of a simple functional argument that it is the president alone, and more broadly the executive branch and his subordinates, who are able to make necessary judgments about what must be kept secret in the realm of national security. It's often said in this realm that only the executive has the kind of 360-degree view to sort of know all the elements. It's only the executive who knows how different pieces of information fit together. Professor Posen, I think as a law student, wrote about the mosaic theory. As a law student, wrote about the so-called mosaic theory, the argument that the executive branch has to be deferred to in their secrecy decisions because only they can understand how the different pieces that might look innocuous in isolation sort of fit together. So partly these functional arguments about executive branch supremacy in this realm. Sometimes those are coupled with historical arguments, that essentially amount to an argument to the effect that the founders expected that the president would act with secrecy. Often the so-called Hamiltonian virtues are referred to, statements which were reflected in the words of others, not just Alexander Hamilton, but most famously can be traced to a Federalist paper written by Alexander Hamilton in which he referred to the president's capacity for secrecy, dispatch, vigor, energy. And in addition to that, advocates of sort of strong or even preclusive presidential powers here point sometimes to constitutional text. They're very big fans of the so-called vesting clause, which is the first line in Article 2 of the Constitution. It says the executive power is vested in a president of the United States, and favoring very strong preclusive presidential powers. Advocates of this approach often like to say that the vesting clause may look introductory, but actually what it does is bequeath to the president a whole bundle of rights, many of which would have attached to the crown previously, minus those that are taken away specifically given to Congress or others elsewhere in the Constitution, and that this clause includes, among other things, very strong secret-keeping power. Now, I'll just note that I actually think these arguments are quite problematic. Just quick sort of bullet point sketch of what's problematic about them. So first, on the functional realm, absolutely, there's sort of a degree of sort of knowledge and expertise, partly through specialized access to information that the executive branch brings to bear. But the sort of leap from that to the idea that the executive has a preclusive power, right, that they're sort of the only responsible voice in the room, I think is obviously problematic functionally. It first of all, remove sort of other values from the debate, including the possible negative impact on national security of secrecy, as well as other values, democracy, accountability, and also makes the mistake of assuming that only the executive has the ability to sort of weigh in on these issues. Historically, references to things like the Hamiltonian virtues, I tend to think is a misreading of history. I think that it sort of conflates an intention that the president, and a reflection in the constitutional text, that the president had the capacity to act energetically, including to keep secrets, necessarily is the same thing as an unbridled right to do so, even in the face of counter judgments by others, including as represented by other branches. And textually, suffice it to say, and if anyone really wants to get into the weeds of constitutional text, we can talk about it more in Q&A, but suffice it to say that I tend to think strong presidential power advocates massively overread the import of the vesting clause, and also tend to overlook that there are a lot of other clauses in the Constitution. Let me just say, I think I have time to just spend 1 minute saying I wanted to mention one other constitutional idea of presidential power that's not as often connected to secrecy, but actually I think does have a big impact on presidential secrecy, and that is the so-called unitary executive theory argument. Many of you may have heard that term, but it's often not really defined with much precision. Sometimes it's conflated with broad presidential powers generally. Essentially, a unitary executive theory argument is an argument to the effect that whatever power the executive branch has, the president ultimately has all of it. And so whatever power the executive branch has to be under complete presidential control at minimum. This is put forth as a basis for allowing the president sort of unfettered at-will dismissal power over anybody who exercises discretionary executive power. Most radically, it's been sort of mobilized of late behind the idea that perhaps the civil service, wide swaths of the civil service, should be effectively abolished in favor of at-will employees who are political appointees. I won't go through all of the rationales for the argument, but I will say that one of the key rationales is, interestingly, an argument from accountability. The argument is that only if the president has this power over his underlings can people ultimately hold him responsible, know that the buck stops there, and then voting will be more meaningful, the president will be more accountable. Real quickly, I think that, too, is a very problematic argument. I think it's a very shallow vision of accountability, and it overlooks the ways in which a unitary executive power actually can undermine the ability of the people to learn about what is going on, including presidential misdeeds. Case in point, inspectors general, right? There are some who are arguing, in light of particularly some of the controversial firings of inspectors general during the Trump administration, that they should be given some sort of for-cause employment protection. That butts right up against the unitary executive theory. And that's an example of how it can sort of conflict with the ability of people to investigate and find out what's going on in their government and hold them accountable. Okay, I'll stop there. I look forward to the conversation.
Thanks so much, Heidi. I think you've done an incredible job of laying the groundwork, which is that the law of secrecy is executive primacy. At least that's the way we've interpreted it for so long. And hopefully we can have an interesting conversation about the consequences of that for democracy, which preceded the president. We did get rid of a king a while ago, and whether or not that's in practice. But I'm sure, Ben, you've got some interesting thoughts about your challenges to executive primacy and the president and the executive branch's enforcement of the law of secrecy. And so welcome your thoughts.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I'm honored to be on this panel with two friends who have done some of the most important scholarship on the uses and misuses of secrecy, and a new friend who is also, like me, a practitioner, albeit usually on the other side of these things. In the spirit of this conference, Matt Connolly mischievously placed me at the dinner last night between two longtime luminaries of the CIA. We'll see if they want to sit with me at lunch after my remarks today. They might lose their security clearances. As Carter said, I am a practitioner. He said that I have spent the last 2 decades litigating our country's response to the 9/11 attacks. I think it would be more accurate to say that I have spent those decades attempting to litigate our country's response to the 9/11 attacks because of the uses and misuses of secrecy. And I think that this is not as known as it should be to the general public and even to experts outside the law, how much of what our country did has been deemed totally non-justiciable by courts. Was the CIA's torture and secret prison program lawful under US and international law? Are there Fourth Amendment limits on intelligence surveillance within the United States on American citizens? Are there any limits imposed by US law on targeted killings that are aimed at American citizens, far from traditional battlefields? These are questions that were placed before courts and that courts uniformly refused to grapple with or to answer because of executive branch invocations of secrecy doctrines. I think sometimes when we try to tackle the question of secrecy, we are guilty of a category error, and that we really need to be thinking about this not only as a secrecy crisis, but as a justiciability crisis and an accountability crisis. And that all too often in national security litigation, disputes over secrecy are really operating as a proxy for disputes over accountability. So I will start with an anecdote, if you'll allow. In September of 2011, Harvard Law School and the Brookings Institution held a 2-day conference to mark the 10-year anniversary of the 9/11 attacks. And the lunchtime keynote speaker was John Brennan, who at that time was President Obama's chief counterterrorism officer, would go on to become the director of Central Intelligence. And I decided to line up in the queue to ask him a question. And when it was my turn, my question was, does the CIA have a drone program? There was a little bit more laughter than we just heard here in the room. And Brennan's response, and I want to make sure I get it exactly, was, well, as you know, covert actions are designed to be covert, and therefore, I interrupted, you only read about them in the newspaper. And then his response was, if the agency did have such a program, I'm sure it would be done with the utmost care and precision in accordance with the law and our values, if such a program existed. Now, if you're not familiar with national security law and litigation, you might be asking, what the hell is going on here? right? In 2011, the CIA's drone program was extraordinarily well known by that time, and it was in the newspaper almost every day, and those stories were sourced to senior government officials. You'll hear more about that kind of sourcing maybe from David. So why can't Brennan answer that question? Yes. And he can't answer because to answer at all would, in his view, weaken what is a central pillar of the intelligence community's impunity regime, and that is that there's a critical distinction between what's universally known and what's officially confirmed. It's this distinction that has allowed the intelligence community to use its authority over secrets to be deployed as an almost insurmountable liability shield. And let me show you how it works. About 2 weeks after my exchange with John Brennan, Anwar al-Awlaki, a US citizen who was born in Las Cruces, New Mexico, was killed in Yemen by a Hellfire missile fired from a US Predator drone. This was not a surprise, and it wasn't a surprise because the entire world had known for months that the United States had marked al-Awlaki for death. And that's because in early 2010, senior officials of the Obama administration, in a coordinated leak strategy, had gone to major newspapers to provide the information that al-Awlaki had been added to kill lists that are maintained by the CIA and by the Pentagon's Joint Special Operations Command, or JSOC. They wanted the public to know about this controversial decision based on undisclosed criteria. Maybe it was a trial balloon, but it was certainly a deliberate strategy of the administration. And so following those disclosures, the ACLU and other public interest groups went into court, and we thought that the court should answer some basic questions about what the rules were under US and international law for when or whether it might be lawful for the government to target its own citizens and others for death in this way. And these are questions that courts in other democracies have grappled with. Notably, the Israeli Supreme Court has grappled with this question. And in response to our lawsuit, the government, having deliberately placed this issue into public debate through its leaks, now decided that having that debate in a courtroom would disclose state secrets and harm national security. And I will read from the sworn declaration from Secretary of Defense Robert Gates. He said, "Disclosure of whether or not lethal force has been authorized to combat a terrorist organization overseas, and if so, the specific targets of that action would provide the nation's enemies with critical information needed to evade hostile action." I mean, this is head-spinning, because if it's true, it was obviously the administration's leaks and not our lawsuits that had created the danger that Secretary Gates was asserting. And this is a pattern that you see throughout national security law and litigation, that the government will place information into the public sphere, and then it will claim secrecy doctrines when it's faced with any kind of legal challenge. In February of 2008, I was in a federal court in San Jose, California, representing 5 victims of the CIA's torture program. The CIA moved to dismiss that case based on an affidavit by then CIA Director Michael Hayden, asserting that any confirmation or denial of information about alleged interrogation techniques would harm national security, disclose state secrets. On the very same day, Hayden was testifying before Congress and disclosing for the first time the CIA's use of these interrogation techniques, including waterboarding. And so by deploying these selective leaks to the public and to the press, and secrecy claims at the same time in the courts, the government can simultaneously manipulate the public debate by introducing just what it chooses to release, and then avoid meaningful accountability and judicial oversight. And of course, the flip side of this impunity for the national security officials is strict liability for dissenters and leakers. We can discuss this more, but the Espionage Act of 1917, which is the principal vehicle for prosecuting unauthorized leaks to the press, doesn't distinguish between leaking to the press and selling or giving secrets to a foreign enemy for personal gain. And in fact, in a recent leak prosecution, the Justice Department took the remarkable position that unauthorized leaks to the press are more pernicious than typical espionage cases where a spy sells classified information for money, because when you leak it to the press, every foreign adversary, and not just one, stands to benefit. In that formulation, the public may also be an adversary. So I could give many more examples. I'd much rather get to our discussion, but I will just say that every lawsuit filed by a victim of the CIA's torture program, every single one, was dismissed without any adjudication of the law or the facts, based on declarations by the CIA director himself that litigation of those claims would reveal state secrets and harm national security, meaning that the law as it stands is that the government can engage in torture, declare it a state secret, and by virtue of that designation alone, avoid any scrutiny or legal accountability for conduct that has always been deemed illegal in all circumstances. And this is, there's a lot of words for what's going on in these cases, and I would say secrecy isn't the best way of describing it. I think this is an accountability crisis of the court's own making. I think that there is a common law of secrecy here that has regarded the government's even legitimate secrecy claims as absolute, and that there's an important role for judges to apply some kind of sense of proportionality, so that even when the government is asserting a legitimate and not an illegitimate secrecy claim, the court can balance that interest against other important interests, like providing a forum for a victim of human rights abuses, giving the country an adjudication of an important question, so that maybe when the next president comes in, we have a court that has said actually torturing prisoners is illegal. I will leave it at that for now, and I look forward to the discussion. Thanks.
Thanks, Ben. So we've heard about executive presidential primacy, and we've heard about resulting impunity, judicial acquiescence to this regime. Professor Posen, how did your study of the leaky Leviathan reveal how this works in practice?
Thanks, Carter. I want to just say that I did not know Bob Jervis well personally, but deeply admired him from across the quad. So I'm really honored to be here. And Matt Connolly is one of my academic heroes as well, and I deeply admire my co-panelists. So that said, the tumultuous times here at Columbia have already been alluded to. I've been swept up in it myself and feel quite rattled by recent events. So I apologize if that affects my remarks or performance here. This study that Carter is talking about was my first paper as a law professor, Leaky Leviathan. And if we've heard some about the law of government secrecy, that paper is really addressed to the practice and how in some surprising ways it departs from the law on the books. The motivating observation of that article is that while there's often talk of the war on leakers that's going on and the crackdown, and this was a big theme in the Obama years, what's really striking is the radical under-enforcement of the criminal prohibitions on leaking of national security information to the press. Because while it's hard to get precise estimates, if you look at the number of disclosures of classified documents or items to the media that get published that seem to fall within one of the many provisions of the US Code that allow for the prosecution of that kind of disclosure, and you compare that denominator of potentially prosecutable leaks to the number of cases actually brought, you learn that well under 1% of potentially prosecutable leak cases are actually pursued. And therefore, the puzzle, I think, is not why we saw an uptick under Obama so much as why the rate of leak law enforcement is so low, so remarkably low. The paper then considers some of the standard explanations that are given, like it's difficult to catch the leakers. President George W. Bush said that once, and tries to explain how that's not really plausible. Some of the difficulties in catching leakers are endogenous to the design of the enforcement system, and when you don't use your strongest tools, like subpoenas to journalists, to go after leakers, it's predictable you'll find it harder to catch them. But when the executive has actually tried to catch leakers, the evidence suggests it's pretty good at it for the most part. And you also hear that the very act of bringing the prosecution could elicit uncomfortable disclosures at trial. That account, I think, underestimates how effective the Classified Information Procedures Act, CIPA, can be in managing that kind of situation in the courthouse. And I'll spare you the full story, but I try to debunk the narrative that it's just too hard to catch these guys or bring these cases. Rather, I think there's been an intentional decision or set of decisions to keep leak law enforcement low. And most of the paper is this elaborate account of why that is adequately functional for the executive branch. Yes, sometimes leaks will happen that are damaging or uncomfortable. That is the price of allowing such leakiness. But for the most part, it allows the executive branch to serve a lot of objectives in a reasonably efficient manner. It can float trial balloons and test out the public or congressional response to various initiatives. It can plant stories that make it look good or occupy this middle space between plants and leaks that I call pleaks, where things are semi-authorized or it's looked the other way, but it's actually quite useful to get it out there in some fashion to the media. It placates the media and congressional overseers who might demand more formal disclosure if you didn't have so many leaks. So I end up saying that, there's an elaborate system of informal norms and sanctions that do much of the regulatory work of keeping leakiness within bounds. So while very few prosecutions are brought, that doesn't mean that no one's getting punished for being seen to have leaked in destructive ways. They may not be promoted, they may be not given certain clearances, they may be kept out of meetings or working groups. There are a lot of informal levers by which people can be disciplined if they're suspected to have gone too far, short of bringing in the criminal sanctions. In addition, there are a lot of norms that I think have developed, at least in the upper tier of the executive branch, to constrain what people say, where people know that they're not, for example, supposed to disclose names of operatives. They're not supposed to sell information. And this has, again, kept the situation tolerably within national security bounds for the executive branch. It doesn't mean that it's, however, the best way to manage national security information. It just means that the system has evolved to allow for adequate pathways of information disclosure against the backdrop of extreme overclassification and, as Ben discussed, largely judicial and congressional abdication of a significant role here. So the way I see it, there are two basic equilibria for how we might manage national security secrecy. You can either have what we do have, which is massive formal secrecy, a huge classification system that's very difficult to penetrate through the Freedom of Information Act or otherwise, coupled with a very loose informal disclosure regime where you have lots of leaks and thereby serve the executive branch's own interest and placate constituencies in civil society and Congress. The other equilibrium that would be a much more streamlined official secrecy system and fewer leaks. Under that version of a secrecy regime, we would have a more robust congressional and judicial role in managing the secrecy system. In other work, I've discussed how that was actually on the table in prior periods in US history. In particular, in the 1960s, Congress actively considered several bills that would have legislated a national security classification system. And those bills, however, never got to the floor, never really moved. But that was in a window of time, let's remember, when Congress was pushing back on the executive on a lot of fronts in the wake of Watergate and Vietnam by the time we got to the early mid-'70s, and passing framework statutes like the War Powers Resolution and FOIA, and then the FOIA amendments in 1974. So this was a time of political possibility when it came to Congress constraining the executive branch on national security matters. What Congress did instead, after toying with the idea of taking over the classification regime itself, was to beef up FOIA. So the Freedom of Information Act is enacted in the mid to late 1960s. In 1974, it is amended by Congress specifically to authorize de novo judicial review of withholdings of records under the national security exemption, Exemption 1. And on paper, this is an extraordinary thing I just want to call attention to, not replicated in other democracies, where courts are told not only that they can review secrecy determinations by the executive branch made in the name of national security, but they are to apply zero deference, none, de novo review to those determinations. But what in fact transpires is courts want nothing to do with this. They usually grant summary judgment without even engaging in discovery or doing any in-camera review in Exemption 1 cases. So Congress, I think, mistook the judicial appetite for playing the supervisory role. And by not trying to set rules for classification that it would oversee itself, basically outsourced the constraints on the secrecy regime to civil society and this kind of pointillistic approach where people who happen to hear about some program and are worried about it submit a FOIA request and case by case try to convince an agency and then a judge to disclose the documents. That approach is slow, it's reactive, it proceeds piecemeal, and again, it relies on judges to do more than it seems they're eager to do. And then in the backdrop of Congress, kind of checking out by the mid-1970s and courts declining to engage in serious review of Exemption 1 and Exemption 3 claims, you get the rise and rise of national security secrecy within the executive branch, and then this massive leakiness and under-enforcement to make the system sustainable. So that's my basic reconstruction of how we got where we are now. I'll just say at the end here, because I know people want to talk about reform in this Congress, what we might do. I think this point about judicial unwillingness to review secrecy claims when national security is at stake is a very difficult one for reformers, because it is a hard institutional design question to think about how to set tougher rules on classification or declassification in the absence of vigorous judicial enforcement of those rules. You could try to send an even stronger signal to the judiciary that, no, really, we mean it, de novo review, or you must engage in in-camera review of some documents, or you must demand redacted summaries, or you must allow cleared counsel from the other side to challenge the claims of the executive branch. You could imagine even sharper directives to the courts to engage. But there's something about the sociology of the judiciary or the judge's utility function that makes that hard. That might suggest that Congress itself is going to need to be more intimately engaged in supervising classification, which is a role it hasn't historically wanted to play itself. The leaky Leviathan piece, really the key contribution of it, if it makes one, is descriptive, explaining how really the better way to understand all the war on leaks that we often hear about is that it's a remarkably surgical special operation. Compared to the backdrop of leaking that actually occurs, it's a remarkably restrained exercise, which calls out for explanation. But hopefully that kind of descriptive exercise might inform reforms that we can talk about today.
Thanks a lot. Thanks to everybody. I'm going to try and come back to Heidi with a question and kind of lay it in the context of what I think is, this week the United States Congress is trying to reauthorize Section 702, one of these critical surveillance tools that the United States uses to with Ben here next to me, I need to be cautious, but to intend to spy on adversaries overseas. That bill passed the other day in the House, I think by one vote, and is being debated right now, I think, on the floor of the Senate in the next 24 hours. What are the consequences to our democracy of having a very executive-focused system and one that a judiciary might be abdicating? And how does that go back to this kind of core tenet of Republican government or our Constitution?
Yeah, that's, so I guess, sort of two things embedded in there. One, this really key core overriding question about a system that's so executive focused, and then, to the kind of the specific example of surveillance. So on the first question of sort of executive dominance here, I think the consequences are multifold, but almost entirely bad from my perspective. I think perhaps the most stark consequence, as I think in our own way each of us sort of got at to some degree, was that executive dominance threatens accountability, right? And that's not necessary, and it doesn't really depend on who the particular president is, although certainly, some individuals we would, maybe feel sort of less worried about than others having this level of sort of preclusive power that you heard Ben and I describe in particular. But it takes someone who, has an interest, is not an uninterested party, and essentially leaves it entirely to them. And so it has the effect of sort of placing all weight in decision-making really on one value, right, which is national security, not democracy, not public interest that might be illuminated through information disclosures, not accountability. But perhaps even worse, or at least as bad, it looks entirely to one branch and often one person, right? And who is often a very interested party, perhaps demonstrated most starkly by the state secrets privilege, including a couple of the examples that Ben gave of the use of that privilege. So it sort of defers entirely to them. I think perhaps the starkest consequence is for accountability, right? Again, in the way I think Ben's examples illuminated. And I think so the topic of surveillance that you started with helps to illustrate this, right? To the extent that a sort of enormous secrecy powers are essentially left without much, if any, checking to the executive, backed up by judicial acquiescence, for the most part congressional acquiescence. When that's also coupled with sort of enormous executive branch tools to surveil, based in part or grounded in part on sort of executive say-so, right, and faith that, well, we're not abusing this, we're not targeting it against, for example, journalists, et cetera. That can also add to the chilling effect of tools that are used more directly against information disclosures, like the tools like the Espionage Act. So all in all, I think our current system and the current sort of extreme deference, if not complete abdication of the weighing of interests to the executive branch, it threatens a lot of things, and it threatens a lot of things in a lot of different ways. I think it could be counterproductive to national security itself, among other things, but perhaps most importantly, it deeply harms accountability and the ability ultimately of the public to have any idea what's going on, and therefore meaningfully to judge their elected officials and the state of the country, and our progress on various matters.
Dave or Ben, do you guys care? Ben, you probably have thoughts on that.
I guess I would say, the way that the executive branch likes to discuss this conflict in litigation, when we go into court on behalf of an alleged torture victim, and the director of central intelligence comes into court and says, this case must be dismissed. The framework they say is, there are times when the interests of an individual litigant are in conflict with the public interest in national security. And regrettably, in some of those instances, the interests of the individual litigant must be subordinated to the broader public interest in national security. And I think that's a very narrow way of looking at it. I mean, I would say at a minimum, there are public interests on both sides of that equation. That there's a public interest in having some of the most important questions about the relationship between national security and individual rights adjudicated by a court. There's a public interest in having a court system that is open to those claims, and a public interest in having remedies available for victims of those claims. And so I think it's not so simple as just the individual litigant against the country on the other side. I would also say that the particular way that deference operates here is troubling. I believe there is security expertise But what happens here, where you actually have the party alleged of wrongdoing demanding deference to their own expertise, is we have a structural conflict of interest. I would argue courts would do better to give less weight when the person coming into court demanding deference is not the same person who is here accused of overseeing this kind of really massive wrongdoing. And I agree with what Dave said. Courts are unbelievably reluctant to play the role that I am asking them to play. If you've ever been involved in this, I mean, sometimes there will be a security officer from the Department of Justice who will deliver the secret affidavit from the Director of Central Intelligence to the court in a briefcase handcuffed to his wrist, and go back into chambers to show this, and it will say, if this case goes forward, the oceans will boil off. You'll be responsible for all of the blood that's going to flow. And there's very few judges who are going to say, you know what, I think you're exaggerating. But I think they have to. I think they need to look at these kinds of declarations in the context of the kinds of claims that have been made in the past. And there has been routine exaggerations. You have to look at the motivations here. I think courts, and courts should look to courts in other democracies, right? And it's not that the security threats against our country aren't real. I would say they aren't more severe than they are. I gave the example of the Israeli Supreme Court a minute ago, which has actually answered all the questions that I said that our courts have refused to answer. When can extreme interrogations be used and when not? What are the limits and rules for when the government can use targeted killing? They don't say, because the government asserts national security, we're not going to answer this question. They say to the government, you're the experts in security and we're the experts in proportionality. You can tell us what the security rationales are. We're going to listen to those very carefully, but we're going to balance that against human rights norms and other interests. And then maybe if you want the security fence to be here, we're going to say it should be here. That's not something that our courts do. And I think our courts need to be in more dialogue with courts in other democracies that have faced threats in order to sort of get the muscle to play that role.
I'll just add a point or two to that. On the court's unwillingness to second-guess executive branch claims of national security secrecy, there's a whole cottage industry of comparative administrative law studies that look at administrative law regimes where courts are supposed to defer to the agency's determination of some matter, but nonetheless reverse the agency 27% of the time or something. And you compare those regimes to the FOIA Exemption 1 regime, where courts, again, are supposed to give no deference, de novo review to the agency, and reverse the executive branch basically 0% of the time, just above.
A good way to get yelled at by a judge is to tell a judge they're supposed to give de novo review to it.
Formal standards of review clearly aren't driving judicial behavior here so much as background sets of norms or incentives. So that might lead us to look at Congress itself, right, as a source of checking and indeed disclosure. And here I'll just note that Congress has also shown a remarkably low appetite for getting, since the 1960s and early 70s, getting proactively engaged here. It hasn't taken up again this effort to legislate a classification regime. I agree with Heidi that I think that Congress has the authority under the Constitution to do that if it wished, but it hasn't even tried. And then it does have other tools. The speech and debate clause, for example, insulates from potential prosecution whatever members of Congress might say in the course of their legislative duties on the floor. And as you may recall, Mike Gravel famously read part of the Pentagon Papers into the congressional record as that was being broken in the press and in what he thought was a kind of patriotic act of disclosing executive branch abuse. It's striking that more members of Congress don't even try to invoke their powers under the speech and debate clause to push back. against what they see as excessive executive branch secrecy. That's a costly strategy and a hard one, to generalize that individual members go rogue and read something into the record. But it's completely fallen out of our practice in a way that I find remarkable.
The closest is Senator Wyden, who gets up there and barks
Yes.
like Lassie every once in a while.
I think that's kind of the exception that proves the rule, because Wyden has often said, "I'm very alarmed by what's happening," and I wish people would talk about it and tell us, one wants to say to Senator Wyden, if you could do it, you'll get kicked off the Intelligence Committee, and it's problematic for an individual member of Congress to do that. But it is constitutionally an available move to you. Maybe with more restraint and safeguards. The Intelligence Committee, since their inception in both the House and the Senate, we were talking about before we came on the panel here, have rules that allow them to declassify national security secrets. The rules require a majority of the committee to agree that something the executive branch doesn't want to disclose ought to be disclosed. The executive branch can push back on that, and then I believe it goes to the full body, and there has to be a majority vote there. Perhaps the executive branch would win a lot of those fights, or perhaps the members of those Intelligence Committee, by and large agree with the executive branch's classification decisions. But as far as I could tell, and I once had a student write a note under my supervision who tried to dig into this, those provisions have hardly ever, if ever, been invoked by the Intelligence Committees. So there is a tool that does have safeguards. Members of both political parties have to be involved, the full committee, potentially the full chamber. And the Intelligence Committees haven't wanted to use that tool. So I think that this all suggests what one needs a cultural shift as much as a change in the formal legal authorities to begin to get at executive branch secrecy, if indeed it's seen to be out of control.
I'll give a reference to my colleagues from the Public Interest Declassification Board who reminded me that the Atomic Energy Act, which was passed in the early 50s, I think, set up a system of secrecy, legislative system of secrecy for nuclear material. And then I was reading up on Senator Moynihan's efforts and his commission, I think, to try and propose a new framework that went nowhere. Congress did pass a very small provision last year, and included it in the NDAA to kind of promote greater declassification, but it's a challenge. I wonder if you had thoughts when Deanna Haynes came to Austin last year. She talked about the crisis for public trust in the national security world as a result of our battle over information and misinformation, and the challenges that a hoard of government information is kept from the public, and the consequences that has for our faith in our government, our trust in our government. And is there a way out here through, now you see the executive branch promoting declassifying information in support of the war of Ukraine? There's been a lot written on that. Not a lot of domestic issues, though, for declassification. Do you see that crisis of trust in your work and how do you see it manifest itself?
Yeah, well, I'll just say one, I think it absolutely does, among the many other problems of massive overclassification, is that it does enhance, I think, sort of conspiracy theorizing, and this sense sort of gives more fodder to it, right? The idea that there's so much being kept secret from us, that in addition to legitimate concerns, right, about sort of specific things that the government is not disclosing, also lends itself to conspiracy theorizing, right? Well, they don't want us to know that really, 9/11 was an inside job or whatever, or what have you. And as to ways to get out of the mess, I mean, as I think everyone has alluded to, it's a really gargantuan problem. No easy solutions, right? There is, as Dave talked about, the 1974 FOIA amendments. If you just look at them on paper, they're really quite remarkable. courts haven't wanted to use them. Congress often is reluctant. I think that's for a variety of reasons. I think partly there's just not a whole lot of political incentive in forcing something out into the open, particularly if it's some relatively obscure issue that people aren't focused on. In many ways, I think ignorance is sort of bliss if you're in Congress, and then you can wait for something to come out and either complain about it or complain that you weren't told about it, or claim you were on the right side all the time. I do think, I tend to think that in addition to various sort of legal changes, which I think would help at least move things along. I mean, changes to the Espionage Act, for example, amendments that have been proposed, as well as ideally sort of a judicial recognition of the First Amendment interests at stake when someone is prosecuted under the Espionage Act for disclosing classified information, perhaps statutes that would provide for sort of greater congressional participation in sort of the classification regime beyond, maybe sort of broader based things along the lines of what was done with the Atomic Energy Act, I think are certainly worthwhile steps to pursue. At the end of the day, though, as I think Dave was just saying, I think a cultural shift ultimately has to take place, and that's a long game. I think one small piece of that might be, as one of the speakers, I can't remember who, mentioned earlier, learning more from our history, right? Maybe it was Ben who mentioned that, so often we look back now and can sort of scoff at what are now, in retrospect, obvious exaggerations of how the heavens will fall if this or that piece of information gets disclosed. I think stories like that perhaps are helpful in moving forward a cultural shift. I guess the last thing I'll say in this regard is my favorite example of sort of learning from history like that was an op-ed that Erwin Griswold wrote in 1987 in the Washington Post. He had been Nixon's Solicitor General and had actually argued on behalf of the Nixon administration in the US Supreme Court for literally stopping the presses to ensure that the Pentagon Papers couldn't be published, and offered sort of the parade of horribles that would surely happen if the papers continued to be published. He published an op-ed in the Washington Post 16 years later, essentially saying that he hasn't seen any damage to have resulted from that. And he had some remarkable language to the effect of people who work in national security, anyone who regularly accesses classified information could tell you most things that are classified don't need to be classified. They're often there. They're often classified in order to prevent embarrassment, et cetera. So one small piece of the cultural shift has to be maybe paying more attention and learning from history, but it's a tough slog.
I'll just, Heidi makes great points. I'll just say on the trust question that Carter asked, is one reason to pursue reform here to enhance public trust. I have a contrarian take here, actually, on this panel of good Obama liberals or whatever we are, in that I actually don't think trust is a reason to pursue reform. I say that because of a few reasons. One is that the collapse in public trust in government institutions that the country's undergone since the 1970s is multi-causal. There are a lot of things driving that, I think. So the idea that if we just have a more streamlined classification system, we'll get enhanced trust is I think, naive. But more than that, there's actually a pretty robust finding in the comparative transparency literature that opening up government institutions does not increase public trust in them. If anything, the causal arrow may run in the other direction. Much of the US government outside of the national security state involves world historically transparent bureaucracies. The National Labor Relations Board or the EPA, these are incredibly open institutions compared to historic norms. That hasn't led to great public trust in them in an age of a fragmented media culture and hyperpolarization and inequality and all the other drivers of the decline in trust. And some people go further and say, really, if you make a government institution broadly accessible to the public, you invite unrealistic standards, about how that institution will operate. When people see how the sausage is made, they tend to be appalled, not placated, and you create a dynamic whereby people always want more information, and something will always be withheld. And once you kind of create a new set of entitlements or expectations about what's going to be revealed, people never actually end up feeling satisfied. They just want more transparency. So I really don't think a great reason or plausible expectation for classification reform would be that Americans would then trust the national security bureaucracies more than they do now. I think that the best reasons sound in accountability and democracy, and don't need to rely on the phenomenon of trust.
It also matters how information comes to the public, and I know there were a lot of conversations in the Intelligence Committee community in the wake of the Snowden leaks that we probably would have been better off putting some of this information before the public through our normal declassification channels, because there would have been less of a whiff of scandal around it. We would have been pretty good at defending our need for these kinds of authorities, but the way that it comes out in this dramatic way on the front page of newspapers, winning Pulitzer Prizes for investigative journalism, now we're in Congress and, courts are all of a sudden paying more attention. Congress gets a little bit of oversight appetite. So, one would hope that one of the shifts, and we'll hear more about this later from people who have been inside these rooms, is when you're deciding, does something need to stay classified, what would be the effect of this being leaked as opposed to just being declassified by us? And obviously there's some information that should be neither. The names of undercover operative, troops movements, invisible ink, I heard last night, is in that category. But for the most part, we're seeing more and more leaks at scale, not just the Snowden leaks, but the Panama Papers and things like that, where big data leaks are going to find their way to the public. And I think it would behoove the government to get ahead of that in some ways by releasing more of that information on its own terms. Now, I don't think that will happen with the information that I care most about for the reasons that I said before, which is that keeping it formally secret is a way of keeping it non-justiciable.
Thanks. We want to provide an opportunity for people to ask questions. But before we do that, and I think people are going to circulate with microphones and make sure, I just wanted to make sure to give the panelists an opportunity for any kind of parting words or observations about, we've heard a lot about Congress trying to take the field or encouraging judges to act. Is there anything the executive branch can do?
Yeah, well, certainly there, among other things, there are a number of things that could be said there, but I'll just focus on kind of the phenomenon of internal checking. A number of people have talked about the importance not only of external checks on the executive, from Congress, from the judicial branch, but from the American people, but there is, and to some degree, there are already some systems in place. There's a lot of potential for a robust culture of internal checking. And just one of many examples of that, maybe one of the best examples of that, would be the Inspector General system, right, which I alluded to earlier. That said, in order for such checks to be effective, arguably, protections need to be in place so that the individuals charged with checking have some degree of political independence, which brings us back to executive branch arguments for, sort of a preclusive presidential power to make all decisions within the executive branch, hence the opposition within the executive branch to the possibility of imposing some job protections on an inspector general. So yeah, I guess the short version of that is I think internal checking is deeply important, not just because of whatever might happen on the inside as a result, but also because sometimes that's the way information can trickle out and ultimately get to Congress, get to the other branches, get to the American people. But there are challenges, including things like unitary executive theory, that I think would preclude most legal protections that might help facilitate internal checks.
I'll be very brief so we can get to Q&A, but just to add to that, there's also the Public Interest Declassification Board that you referred to earlier, which from what I can tell from the outside is a very impressive body with an impressive track record of disclosure, although operating right now on a small scale and focusing on older documents rather than current classification decisions for the most part. Matt, as you may know, has kind of pioneered a bunch of technological tools that are meant to expedite the process of declassification within the executive branch. I think that could help. A more robust whistleblower regime might be coupled with Heidi's point about inspectors general playing a bigger role. So there are internal to the executive branch moves that I think could help, at least at the margins. Although without a larger congressional role, I don't think there'll be fundamental change.
Let's open it up.
Okay. Thanks. I think there are microphones moving around. No?
Are there?
Yes, there are. So I think
Okay.
you had your hand up first. Yes.
Hi.
Sorry, behind you,
microphone.
sir. There's a a student with a microphone.
Hi, thank you so much for being here. This has been really interesting. My name's Lily. I've worked at the Office of Inspector General for GSA before being a student here. After, I'll be at the OIG for DOI. And we've had a lot of feedback on FOIA just taking forever to get information out to the public. The inspectors general are very small. The offices are very, very small. And I'm an internal auditor and couldn't agree more. But each audit takes a year. And our audit team's like six people in a region. So it's absolutely impossible to really, speaking on behalf of myself, not on behalf of inspectors general, there's a lot that can be done to increase the effectiveness of having these streamlined ways of getting information to the public. Is there any, so my question is, do you see any reforms in like growing the inspectors general, making FOIA more streamlined to get access, because even that can take months or years? What do you think the future of this information, like freedom of information, looks like?
I could say a little on FOIA, the FOIA piece. One anecdote is just for that article that Carter spotlighted, Leaky Leviathan, published in 2013. I submitted a whole bunch of FOIA requests for how executive branch agencies have been handling leak allegations, looking for data on how many investigations had they brought or cases had they brought. And that was in 2012 that I submitted those FOIA requests. With the help of a research assistant, I got expedited status from the FBI because there's a statutory provision that says if you can show that what you're requesting could inform a pending legislative debate, and there were bills in Congress at the time that would have gotten at national security secrecy, you can get moved to the top of the queue in FOIA. And I was surprised, but I won expedited status from the FBI. It is now, 2024. I have still not received a document from the FBI.
A one-year audit sounds great.
Yeah, so good. So
expedited.
So count your blessings.
That's an extreme case, but
It's not.
Maybe not. But the FOIA is inherently slow and reactive. I would say in the FOIA kind of reform community, some people are keen on non-judicial mechanisms of review, so ombudspersons and the like, which are happening at a small scale now, where in a quicker and lower cost fashion, you can challenge invocations of any exemption, including Exemption 1, and get this kind of internal checking. So there might be ways you could speed up the FOIA process at least a bit and kind of de-judicialize it a bit in ways that might be helpful. But I am fundamentally skeptical about FOIA as the answer here, given its slow and reactive nature. That's not even, we haven't even mentioned the fact that to even submit a FOIA request, you need to have the prerequisite knowledge to know what you're looking for and describe it with reasonable specificity, which is a big problem when it comes to secret operations.
Dave, haven't you also written about affirmative disclosure regime?
I'm more keen on affirmative disclosure strategies whereby certain categories of information systematically and proactively have to be put out into the public as mandated by Congress, which FOIA also has elements of, but largely don't apply to the national security state. So that, and that can be done, by the way, not in an all or nothing fashion, but releasing high-level summaries of what, say, Snowden was talking about rather than any details. I think moving away from requester-driven models to affirmative disclosure obligations is generally best practice in this area.
There's a law professor named Margaret Kwoka at, I think she's at Ohio State now, who's written a lot about this and has also made sort of affirmative disclosure proposals. Her work is really enlightening. The only other thing I would add, particularly in light of what you were saying about the limited resources in the IG's office, is, it seems so obvious to say, they need more money. But it is amazing that so often this is where the rubber meets the road. I teach a seminar on government secrecy, and when we talk about FOIA, we talk about the lack of resources, and one of the things the students always notice when we look at the most recent set of sort of major FOIA improvements, which I think was 2012, the 2012 FOIA Improvements Act, if I'm remembering the year correctly. There are all these sort of, great new goodies and sort of additional promises, but no additional resources put to it. So that's a very big problem. Some things really come down to lack of money, lack of putting our money where our mouths are.
You and then you.
Thanks so much for this really interesting conversation. I'm curious about the question of the judicial reticence to review de novo, and maybe this is just like wildly inappropriate to the separation of powers, but I'm wondering if the kind of bifurcation between the congressional role and the judicial role could be reconceived so that the Intelligence Committee could participate in a judicial process as an intervener in some way, so that if there's a litigant who has an interest in declassifying something, the court doesn't have to rely on their own bravery to go against deference to the executive, but instead could kind of diffuse that by having the Intelligence Committee majority have a sort of countervailing view to what the executive is expressing in that particular instance.
Maybe I'll just say briefly that Harry is one of the star students at the law school. I'm glad he's here. While that would seem to me novel and problematic, mechanism that, as I understand you, forces the congressional committee to participate in litigation. I think the closest thing that is familiar to the judicial practice already to that is the use of special masters. So district court judges have broad authority right now to utilize special masters to help them understand claims or information that they can't evaluate on their own. And my first job out of law school, I was working for Senator Kennedy on his Judiciary Committee staff, and we worked on a bill called the State Secrets Protection Act, which got out of committee.
That's how we met.
Yeah, and that would have basically nudged, and in some cases forced judges to do what they already have the power to do but don't like to do, which is use these special masters, who usually are cleared and have national security expertise. And they would fill in for that role, is the idea that they could help the judge say, this is not really a plausible claim of a national security risk, or this is overstated, or this piece could be redacted and released. So there's a milder version of reform that I think is sitting out there waiting to be.
And Carter, you worked on the USA Freedom Act, which created a cleared amicus role for some of the, why don't you describe that?
Yeah. So for litigation in the FISA court, the FISC, the government tends to go to the court ex parte without the benefit of a defendant, a representative of a technology company, and as part of the post-Snowden reforms, Congress added an amicus to that process. Now, the court has to select that, and there were kind of rules about some clever language about when they could do so or when they might not do so. It actually got expanded in the most recent 702 authorization. And some really talented, thoughtful lawyers, former national security prosecutors, folks very knowledgeable about technology, come in and help the court. Sadly, so much of that practice is classified. But it at least is intended to provide that benefit, and that's a great idea. I saw one in the back, maybe, or two in the back.
Yes, thank you so much for your comments. Two questions. First of all, could you discuss how you see the digital revolution with a phenomenon like Julian Assange throwing a whole different narrative into this kind of situation? And the first speaker referred to Alexander Hamilton writing a Federalist paper. In the 1970s, Morton Halpern taught a class here on, in the wake of the Year of Intelligence. And he blamed it all on George Washington. He sort of said, well, the war was being conducted, and Washington had as his protege Alexander Hamilton, so here's where it all starts from. And I'm wondering what you think about that, because Washington, of course, is waging a war. He's the William Donovan of the revolution. But he had to deal with a very difficult situation. And so it was sort of the contradictions of how to deal with this. I'm just curious what you think about that part of the Hamilton virtue issue as you talk about.
Interesting. So just on that question, on the one hand, there's no question that perhaps to the extent that Washington gave us Hamilton, who had so much influence in the drafting, and gave us sort of records like his sort of lionization of presidential secrecy, vigor, dispatch, et cetera. That certainly contributes to some of the problems we've been talking about today. And certainly our constitutional system, by creating a single presidency, by creating a president that does have these capacities, particularly as government and the executive branch grows, lays the groundwork for a lot of these problems. That said, I don't think that the actual constitutional design makes it inevitable that we have the current level of sort of worshipfulness and deference, often complete and total deference to the executive. I don't think that is an inevitable feature of the constitutional system. And so going back to Hamilton, for example, yes, he talked about the Hamiltonian virtues, vigor, secrecy, dispatch, but he was also among the sort of strongest advocates, at least in the course of writing the papers and trying to sway people to support the new Constitution, of the idea that perhaps the best feature of the president would be his accountability. He said, for example, the president will be readily watched and narrowly suspected. He also championed, for example, the Senate's role in the appointments process. He had this great line where he talked about why we don't want to make it so that executive branch subordinates are completely beholden to the president. We want there to be input from other branches. And he had this great line where he said something like, otherwise, executive branch officers will be the, quote, obsequious instruments of his pleasure, meaning of the president's pleasure. So, there's no question the constitutional framing laid the groundwork for a lot of the problems that we have today. At the same time, it's not an inevitable consequence of the Constitution itself, or even of the ideas and articulations of those ideas of folks like Hamilton.
And maybe we need a little bit more Madison and Jefferson or Lincoln, right? Of the people, by the people, for the people, rather than Hamilton's having his moment, but.
He has a whole show.
We have time for one more question, but Dave, if you want to.
Maybe we should hear the question.
Okay. Right in front of, I think the woman in the back had her hand up first. I'm sorry, but.
Thank you very much. I was just wondering if you can tell us how do we reconcile our accountability to our people versus our accountability to our allies. So the United States does have bilateral agreements with several countries across the globe. More notably, there's the Five Eyes Intelligence Sharing Agreement, which allows for intelligence sharing between the US, Australia, New Zealand, Canada, and the UK in a more streamlined and synchronized manner. I'm doing a little research paper on this, and from my impression, it seems to require a deep level of trust, a deep level of commitment to how these nations and how the U.S. in particular safeguards, information or intelligence from our allies. And there's I assume, some level of entanglement with our secrets with other countries' secrets as well. So I was just wondering, how do we navigate that additional layer of challenge when we're thinking about regulating our classification regime?
Yeah, I mean, it's complicated. One of the most common claims that is made, at least in the public declarations that are submitted in these court cases, is it's not just our equities that have to be protected, it's our partners' equities. Countries will not share intelligence with us if they know that that intelligence can be produced in adversarial litigation. We have to produce it. It's a logical argument, and you heard this, in the wake of the Manning WikiLeaks disclosures of all the confidential State Department cables. And I remember Robert Gates, who was Secretary of Defense at the time, a comment that he made was leaked, where he said in an internal meeting, people are saying our allies won't cooperate with us. Nonsense. Our allies have known for decades that we can't keep secrets. They cooperate with us because it's in their interest, not because we guard their secrets. That may be extreme on the other side. I think that the difficulty is, again, not that these arguments don't have weight, but they have to be counterbalanced. As it stands, it's enough for the CIA to say any acknowledgement of an intelligence sharing with another country is a state secret, and therefore any litigation related to that has to be dismissed. And that means any time the government is cooperating with a foreign country, whatever is happening there is non-justiciable. There was quite an amusing Supreme Court case a couple of years ago. Lawyers representing Abu Zubaydah, who is still being held in Guantanamo, were trying to pursue legal proceedings in Poland, hit a wall, an evidentiary wall, and try to get some information about the CIA's prison facility in Poland, which was public information throughout the world from CIA contractors. The CIA came in and invoked the state secrets privilege, and there was an entire Supreme Court argument, an 80-page opinion about whether the CIA could keep formally secret its relationship with Poland. I mean, this is what I would call a big Streisand effect issue. Obviously, secrecy isn't what's going on here, because the former president of Poland has said, yeah, they did it. On my watch, we had the prison here. But the majority of the Supreme Court holds that because the CIA owes this obligation to partners, in this case Poland, the state secrets invocation is proper, notwithstanding what is already publicly known. Obviously, from my perspective, that can't be the right answer. And I would recommend that everyone here read the very powerful dissent written by Justice Neil Gorsuch in this case, where he said there comes a time where we should not close our eyes as judges to what we know to be true as citizens. And says, this one at least needs to be allowed to go forward, because it's making us look ridiculous to invoke secrecy here. So I'm not saying those equities aren't real and that they shouldn't be considered in deciding what becomes public or not, but they can't be absolute, or we just look silly.
I suppose just by way of wrap up, I'll say a bit on the prior question on Julian Assange briefly. I think that the rise of organizations like WikiLeaks has destabilized the equilibrium we've had for a while of very broad official secrecy, but very permissive scheme of leaking. Because in what some call the game of leaks that we've had, the players used to be repeat players. They were high-level officials and high-level journalists who went to the same dinner parties and had kind of ongoing thick relationships, whereby if you burned a source, you might not get information the next time. Your publication, the Times or the Post, had internalized a lot of the establishment's values and national security concerns. And this gave some comfort, I think, to participants in the game of leaks that it wouldn't get out of hand. When you have, due to technological and other reasons, the rise of publications that don't play by those old, informal rules, then I think leaks become a lot scarier to the executive branch, and that helps explain, to some extent, the uptick in enforcement that we saw in the Obama administration and since. It also, I think, suggests why the executive branch might want to rethink its current model and move toward more affirmative disclosure, given the reality of the potential for really destabilizing leaks like you might get out of a WikiLeaks going forward.
Yeah, state-sponsored cyber hacking and the ability for adversaries to obtain our secrets is also. Yeah. Well, thank you. If you join me in thanking our panel for the lively discussion, and more to come.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for this excellent start to our day and laying the foundation for us. It is now time for lunch. Lunch will be in 1512, which is on the opposite side of the lobby. So if you just head that way, you'll run into lunch. And we will reconvene here at 1 o'clock. Thank you. Hi, everyone. We're going to get started with the afternoon. Hope everyone enjoyed lunch. Our second panel of the day is the use and misuse of artificial intelligence to manage dangerous information. And was thinking over lunch about what Bob might have been thinking about artificial intelligence. I think he certainly would have been worried about ChatGPT in the writing process. He was, after all, somebody whose preferred technology for writing was to use a dictaphone. But this panel will look at the trade-offs and implications of using new information technology to manage national security information. And again, I will introduce our moderator and then turn things over to our esteemed panelists. Sue Halpern is our moderator. We're thrilled to have her here today. She's a highly accomplished and praised journalist and author. She's the author of 8 books, including, I think the most recent one is Summer Hours at the Robbers Library, and the one whose title I most get a giggle out of, A Dog Walks into a Nursing Home. She's a scholar in residence at Middlebury College, where she runs the Middlebury Fellowship in Narrative Journalism. She's a former staff writer at The New Yorker and a regular contributor to the New York Review of Books. I'm sure many of us in this room have read quite a bit of her work. And she writes at the intersection of politics and technology, making her, of course, an important authority on today's panel and an ideal person to lead us through this topic. Thanks so much, Sue, for being here, and thanks to all of our panelists. Thanks.
So the first thing I'm going to do here is ask each of our panelists to introduce themselves. So we'll start with Hannah.
Hey everyone, I'm Hannah Wallach. I'm a partner research manager at Microsoft, and I've been at Microsoft for about 10 years now. Before that, I was a professor at UMass Amherst. I'm a computer scientist by training, and I've been in the space of AI and machine learning for over 20 years at this point, so way before this current explosion of everything that's happening. Over those 20 years, my research has gone from being around kind of developing machine learning technologies, so pretty standard machine learning stuff, to then working with social scientists and journalists to develop new machine learning technologies that would help them answer questions that they were interested in answering. And so that's what I would call computational social science. And then over the past maybe 9 years or so, my research is really focused on what I would now call responsible AI. So things like fairness, accountability, and transparency in the context of AI systems. Within Microsoft, I do some amount of research, academic research. I also run a small applied science team that bridges research and practice, and that focuses specifically on measuring a bunch of different responsible AI risks caused by AI systems. And yeah, that's me. I'm excited to be here. Thank you all.
Hi, everybody. My name is Camille Francois. I've been working on the sort of use and misuse of new technology for 15 years or so in a practice that we tend to call trust and safety, which means within tech companies, tech platform, the team is responsible for detecting when misuse and abuse happen and for mitigating these types of harms. In this context, of course, tools like content moderation play a very important role. And this year, there's been a very big acceleration. As Anna said, those are trends that are coming from way further, but this year there's been a big acceleration in both the potential of using AI to help some of the trust and safety efforts, notably to help improve content moderation, but also we've seen a lot of new types of abuse and new misuses of tech platforms that are fueled by AI. And so I stand sort of at that intersection trying to figure out how that space will be reshaped by AI. And I'm very grateful to be an IGP faculty affiliate and in researcher here at SIPA.
Great, thank you. My name is Carmen Medina, and I retired in 2010 from a 32-year career at CIA. I was a colleague of Peter Clement, and we were analysts and eventually managers of analysts. I've co-written a book called Rebels at Work. Forget the rest of the title now, but it accurately, or at least so, more or less accurately captures my career at CI, so I was a bit of a heretic and a troublemaker. And I think I don't have a whole lot of qualifications to be on this panel, but one of them probably is that when the internet arrived in the mid-1990s at CIA, I was one of a handful of people who were saying, we got to adjust to the internet because it's going to change everything for all knowledge organizations. And took a long time for the CIA to come to grips with that. And if I were at CIA right now with artificial intelligence, I'd be saying the same thing. And I think at least this time around, the intelligence community is more interested in artificial intelligence. It's faster to take it up. So that's who I am.
Great. Thank you, guys. So I think that we can all agree that the system of keeping state secrets is broken. Too many records get classified, and I think that's because it's the path of least resistance. Matthew Connolly, who may be here, but I don't know him, there you are, wrote a great book called The Declassification Engine. And in that book, he has a statistic that just will kind of blow your mind, which is that the National Archives has a backlog of 600 million unexamined presidential records. And he also says that it will take something like 250 years for the staff to go through the records of George W. Bush alone. This is just, one president, one set of records, and as digital technology increases, there's more and more there are more and more records. So this is an exponential problem. So we could be here to talk about using digital technology to fix that particular system. But in fact, I think that our remit is to talk about the prospect of using AI, machine learning, to clean up that mess and to rationalize it going forward. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that I think all of you agree that the system needs to be fixed. But I'm wondering if, as we think about this, should we be thinking about using digital technology to do that work? And I think before you guys answer that question, this is a university, so we have to define our terms. So there are different levels of declassification. There's the sort of one that we somewhat think about, which is when an authorized person in the government decides that information is no longer going to harm national security. Next kind is when information is declassified because someone determines that it may actually harm, there's a potential for harm of national security, but it is in the public interest to declassify it. And the third kind, and it may be the kind that we're really talking about here, is this automatic declassification that has been codified in law and says that after 25 years, certain information is automatically declassified, except we know that that's actually not happening. We also know that there are exceptions to that automatic declassification. So my first question is to all of you. Would you agree that in general, not talking about the specifics because we'll get into that, but in general, should we be thinking about using machine learning, generative AI more generally, to address this problem? We'll just go down.
Yes, I think that this is absolutely a topic that is worth exploring. In my own case, back in 2010 or so, I started collaborating with a political scientist who was very interested in the government classification system, and through that got access to a large number of previously classified documents that had then been declassified. And we began a project that focused on basically combining ideas from topic modeling, so these are methods for analyzing the content of documents, with ideas from survival analysis, so these are methods for predicting durations of things, to see if we could do some kind of more granular prediction of when and why documents might be declassified. That's actually how I know Matt Connolly, is through that work from many, many years ago. And ultimately, that work was interesting. We were able to do sort of a large-scale exploratory analysis that revealed certain patterns. We didn't pursue developing a predictive system of sorts, but there's clearly a lot of questions and a lot of things that can be investigated in this space, and it is probably worth our while as a community to do so. I will also say that as somebody who works on responsible AI, I also don't think we should just blindly be saying, great, let's throw AI at this, without thinking through what do we mean, how will AI be used, what will it be used to do, and doing some very, very careful measurement and experimentation to really get a sense on strengths, weaknesses, characteristics, limitations, and stuff like that.
Camille, I imagine you come up from this a little bit from a different perspective. So.
No, I would actually say I agree. The question of, will folks want to do that is always yes. I think right now we're surfing the trend of everything wants to be solved with AI, and that's okay. And I think Anna's asking the right question, right? That it's about what are the real implications of using the current state of these technologies to change these processes, and what is going different if, for instance, you use AI to do a declassification process. And the right way to answer that question is, of course, to test it, to do a small pilot, and to look at, all right, in which ways inherent biases in these systems may manifest in these outputs for the decisions that will have been made differently in those systems than human decisions. What is the nature of what we would call false positives or false negatives? What is the nature of the decisions that result in different outcomes? And what are the democratic implications of these differences? I think that we have to ground the answer to these questions in those experimentation, and we have to look at these experimentation asking, again, what are those biases changing in the outputs of this process, and what are the consequences for democracy and for national security of the biases and the way they express themselves in those new decisions.
So people are already piloting using AI to solve the classification problems. I know that the State Department has a project going on with diplomatic cables, and that the State Department project manager believes that they reduced the need for people time by, 60% or something like that as a result of this first pilot project. So, and it clearly, it's a classic example, the 25-year declassification program, of legislation that was enacted with just blissful ignorance of the physics of what they were asking people to do. And this law was enacted before the internet went into full swing, and so the two have never been reconciled. So it's already being tried. There is absolutely no way to get on top of this program using humans. So we will either continue to be in violation of the law, or we will find some machine learning kind of way to do it. There is no, or AI kind of way to do it. There is no third option. I will say, and I want to throw in this little anecdote somewhere, and I'm going to do it here at the start, that people are already, I've heard of people already using AI to try to solve the redaction problem in FOIA requests. So last year, I'm not going to say this person's name, but this person told me a story, and a very reputable person, of how they had taken a bunch of FOIA redacted documents with, the black lines in it, fed it into an AI engine and asked AI to fill in the blanks. And clever. And this person reported that the AI did a particularly credible, no way probably to tell that it's accurate, obviously, but credible job in creating the complete document. And just think of the disinformation potential of that scenario.
That's a good point. In 2020, there was a report from the Public Interest Declassification Board saying that the Office of the Director of National Intelligence had the expertise to build a system of classification using machine learning and AI. But we've also read that private companies such as Palantir have proposed that they can build the proper engine to do this work, that they can turn rules into tools, I think is one of the phrases that I've read that Palantir has said. And they can limit the hallucinations of generative AI, and that they will also keep humans in the loop. So I want to ask you two the first question, and then the second question is going to go down the line. And the first question is, do we want private companies and proprietary algorithms to be in charge of state secrets?
That's a great question. And I think for me, this really gets at the issue of who do we want developing our AI systems. I think when I look at the complexities of something like the challenges involved in designing an AI system to assist with the declassification process, what really stands out to me is that I think this is a multi-stakeholder issue. It's not clear to me that any single stakeholder group is going to be able to do a good job by themselves. So it feels to me as if this probably is a multi-stakeholder issue. We clearly need people on the government side to be involved, and yet there is benefit to having the expertise from technology companies involved as well. So from my perspective, I think that the most effective systems will be developed via this sort of multi-stakeholder approach. What will that look like? I don't know exactly. I think this is really challenging. As soon as you turn anything into as soon as anything is a multi-stakeholder challenge, it becomes very, very difficult to actually make progress and kind of get things done. But I think that probably is going to be the most promising approach there. At the end of the day, I do think it's important that folks in government understand the technology and understand what it is doing and what it is not doing, and sort of how the outputs can and should be interpreted. At the same time, I think it's really important for people within the tech industry to understand the government classification system extremely deeply and all of the expertise and human expertise that's embedded in there. So taking all of that together, I think we are all going to benefit if this is jointly tackled. But again, I don't know exactly what that would look like.
Yeah, I think there are at least two questions there are many questions in your question, but I'll try to take two of them. The first one is, do we want private companies, private tech companies involved so deeply in the business of handling sensitive and classified material? And I think the answer to that is it's already the case, and it's been the case for decades. It's definitely a growing tension. We've seen, I think this week, Google fired dozens of people for their own protest and the way their own engineering projects was involved in specifically in conflict zones and in war. And so there's definitely something there that already exists, and that's a known tension. Now, what does AI change to that equation? And sort of getting back to what Hannah's saying, which parts of this problem feel new and require a type of collaboration between notably tech platforms and governments that we don't know how to handle? And I think part of an answer to that question is exactly what Carmen was talking about, and it's this tricky question of hallucination. And I think we might just take 1 second to talk about it, because I'm pretty sure it's going to come back a lot. what we call hallucination in the context of a generative AI system is when an AI will confidently share a piece of information that is inaccurate. And we now refer to this as a hallucination. To your point, tech makers such as Palantir are working on reducing hallucinations. This is why people can confidently have, redacted material magically unredacted. But the very concept of hallucination is a little bit tricky because what we're talking about, generative AI, is a prediction engine. And so in this regard, you can almost think about it saying hallucination is not a bug, it's a feature, right? The whole point of generative AI is to absorb an enormous amount of information and to predict what is most likely to happen given either the information that's provided or the question that's provided. So with regard to the use case that you shared, here's a redacted document. What's the most likely thing underneath the redaction? That's actually exactly what the machine is designed for. And when it comes up with inaccurate information, you might say it's a hallucination, or you can say, that is a good use of statistics. That is indeed highly possible. It just happens to be untrue. And so by sort of us really focusing on this idea of we must manage hallucination, we're going a little bit against the machine because really the machine is a prediction engine and a hallucination is just a valid prediction that happens to be untrue at that very moment in time. And when that happens in the context of sensitive material, you end up with this difficult dynamic where the only people who, if I understand the rules correctly, are able to tell you if something is indeed classified or not, are not tech employees without access to clearances. And the way Silicon Valley currently handles this problem of hallucination is through a process which we call red teaming, which has been borrowed from cybersecurity and information security, where essentially a bunch of people, including at Microsoft, take machines and we try to break them. We try to make them say things that they're not supposed to say. And that process could also result in taking a system, let's say a chatbot, and trying to figure out, is it going to give me information that it's not supposed to give me, either because that information exists in the training data or because it just should not be generating this information. And the problem is right now, this is done within tech companies, but you need an expertise that's not within the tech companies to actually assess whether the result that you're looking at is or is not dangerous, is or is not classified. And this is where I think, Hannah, the dynamic that you're pointing at really sort of falls down, right? Like right now, we have a method of testing dangerousness, but frankly, the two sets of expertise that must come together for that method to produce the outcomes that we need just don't live in the same room.
Yeah. And they're not necessarily scalable. I mean, we don't red team the whole world, right? I mean we could.
This is a challenge for AI in general. How are we going to scale up testing? Yep.
And what happens if the result is, well, yes, a chatbot is able to generate information that's harmful? At what time do you say, well, it's actually so harmful that the government will go out of its way for this technology to not be, shared in the mainstream, right? Like we also don't really have a clear set of agreed upon guidelines for what we will do if X happens.
Yeah. I also want to note that there's different ways that AI might be used as part of the government classification system. So it might be to predict, redacted text or something like that, as we were discussing. The other thing you can do is you can use a generative AI system as a classifier, so as a predictor of predicting particular labels. In this case, maybe declassify or keep classified. In that scenario, if you're going to use an AI system to make those kinds of predictions, you're going to take your pre-trained large language model, you're going to fine-tune it for that particular prediction task, and then you're going to use it to make predictions. But when you do that fine-tuning, you will need examples of both documents that should be declassified or are declassified, and ones that should not be. And if you're looking, therefore, at information that is and should be kept classified, that is going to require folks in the government space to be involved in. That is not something that, that can be handled sort of outside of that government classification system context as well.
Right. So I wanted to ask Carmen. So
yes.
So the Declassification Board said that essentially that the government has the expertise to create these systems. You're our government representative. What do you think?
Okay, well, I think this is the moment where I should say what I forgot to say in my introduction of myself, which is I was appointed to the Public Interest Declassification Board at the end of last year, and but therefore was not a part of the 2020 report. And I spent a lot of time in my career at CIA sort of as kind of being an IT-friendly analyst. You know, I was one of the ones that was very interested in all the ways that IT could support analysis. And I experienced several programs at CIA, at other agencies, at DNI, designed to bring in some technology solution for, you know, the analyst workspace. And I did not experience any that went particularly well. Okay, so I have to be honest about that. What I found was a routine problem was that the requirements process in government took so long that by the time we were finally implementing what 3 or 4 years ago had been a cutting edge solution, technology had gone way past what we thought was cutting edge and was moving on to something else. And I don't know, you know, I find, when the report said that the government or the DNI had the expertise, I would hope that they would distinguish that as the expertise to oversee it and sort of set requirements. But I think there's no way, as the two of you have mentioned, there's no way that this can be done without a public-private partnership. Now, I will say that there are huge bodies of classified information, or now declassified information, available that can be worked with to train an AI engine. So the CIA, which for years did not put its declassified documents on the interwebs, several years ago did actually put, I think, like 14 million documents on the internet, and it is technically available. It may be in PDF files, which is unfortunate, but it is available for training. And as I see how AI could work, and I welcome other comments, but as I see it, one approach would be whenever you have a new corpus of documents that need to be declassified, you just compare it against the existing declassified set and alert the human in the loop as to, okay, there's like 98% overlap between this set and the ones you've already declassified. Cross your fingers that those declassification decisions were correct, because we all know they're not 100% correct. We know this. And then say, okay, the new information available in this new corpus is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and you decide. Now that seems to me, as a non-IT person, something that is straightforward and doesn't get into questions of sort of what is the underlying ideology or value statement of the algorithm. And I'll stop there.
You know, I write a lot about elections. And one of the things that people like to say about the security of our election system is that it's decentralized and therefore it's hard to hack the whole system. And one of the things I was thinking about when I was reading about the backlog of documents was that in a kind of perverse way, the fact that this system is so broken, the fact that so much of this is analog, that it might actually thwart some kinds of cybersecurity breaches. But I'm wondering, from your perspective, particularly Camille, maybe, but all of you, what are the cybersecurity implications of having a digitized system of both classification and declassification?
That's a great and complicated question. And, you know, I think a lot of our conversations on AI force us to reckon with what's a tech problem and what's an AI problem, and particularly what's a new generative AI problem. And unfortunately, you know, foreign adversaries want to hack into anything that may either compromise the integrity or the perception of integrity of election is not a generative AI problem, and we know that. Our ability to deal with that, to create some robustness around, you know, the election infrastructure, both the public and private part, and to think about it as critical infrastructure is also not a generative AI problem. What feels new here is I think a difficult question, because some of it is this idea of hallucination. Some of it might be the extension of surfaces that are poorly protected within which we're going to infuse new information. Carmen, I think that the workflow that you described is really interesting. It goes back to the point that Hannah was saying. If you do exactly what you just said, the machine that you will create will want to declassify everything all the time, because it will only have seen examples of material that you will have said, and therefore this should be declassified. So indeed, it is the case that if you do want to have anything that can be the discriminator in the terms we use between something that should or shouldn't be, it should indeed be exposed to a lot of both material that should remain classified, but also to all the underlying reasons why that is the case. Otherwise, it will just be trigger happy and want to declassify the world, which will be fun to see, but will have other implications. So, you know, the one thing you can do with it, though, which will be interesting, and this comes to your question on you know, election, is if there is a very large database of declassified material, you can train a bot to write like an analyst, and that would be fun for all of our students who want to write papers in this way. That's absolutely very doable. But I think really what we're saying here is, with all the things that could go wrong in the overlap between cybersecurity and election, there's a lot of also questions on information operations. And, you know, will those new generative AI tools enable our adversaries and you know, people who again want to question the integrity of election to make fake leaks or faked you know, CIA analyst memos, or to sort of like create more effective campaigns to destabilize? I think that might, you know, be one of the new edges, but otherwise it just feels like we're back to this question of what do we need to have proper cybersecurity defenses for the complex set of election critical infrastructure, both public and private.
So I wasn't thinking specifically of elections. I was thinking about the fact that we have a broken analog system for classification. And now we're talking about digitizing it. It's got to live somewhere. How do we make sure that it lives there securely? How do we not now open ourselves up to even more potential threats by doing something that we are looking at as sort of trying to minimize, you know, national security harms and be more transparent and more democratic? So how do we do that once we start digitizing and putting this somewhere that might be available to adversaries? That's kind of what the cybersecurity is.
Yeah, I guess what I'm trying to say is like it's already somewhere. It's already on a bunch of servers, and it's already in need of more investment in securing all that set of infrastructure. So it's a very true and valid question. Here, this is one in which I don't think that generative AI changes materially, unless, and this has happened, you know, back when ChatGPT first arrived, unless you have some trigger-happy people and analysts in every building who suddenly turn to ChatGPT and Gemini and Claude and all the models on Hugging Face to sort of like input information that they shouldn't be spreading around, which is sort of new and different. And that definitely happened. There was this really fun leaked memo from the UK government telling people like, hey, please stop putting classified information into all the chatbots. We know it's fun, but really, please don't do it. Which I think made everybody chuckle, because absolutely every organization under the sun was doing the same thing, including all the tech companies saying, stop putting the customer data, stop putting like AC proof document, just please stop putting
sensitive information into chatbots. So that felt like a very new extension of the surface of things to be protected.
And maybe I just want to jump in for a second. I think there's, if I'm understanding the question correctly, we have this largely human system at the moment. We're talking about introducing a technology into that system. That is going to come with risks associated with it. When I look at those risks, I think those risks fall into a bunch of different buckets. And I think, as you were getting at, one bucket of risks is around security. We've now created this system that could be a target for people to attack, to try and get access or to influence the government classification system. I'm not a security expert, so I can't comment on even really the nature of that risk or what possible mitigations you would want to put in place. But it is clear to me that that would be something that folks who do think a lot about computer security from a variety of different perspectives would have to tackle. Then there's other risks which I think are less, maybe less technological, but I think are still worth thinking through as well. So, declassifying documents is this very kind of to some extent, subjective task that humans do. And so I have concerns about saying that we should be letting an AI system do this in a completely automated fashion. And I think that raises questions as well. So what do we do then about making sure that we have the right human oversight in even operating this technological machinery? How do we make sure that there are humans in the loop? So, so I'm a researcher, but I work at Microsoft, and Microsoft has put out a whole bunch of generative AI systems over the past couple of years, or year, I guess, and has been very deliberately calling them co-pilots to emphasize the fact that these are not supposed to be things that are just sort of running wild in an automated fashion. These are supposed to be the co-pilot to a human, not the pilot itself. And so I think these are some of the questions that we'll have to grapple with. Of course, there's also the question of whenever you introduce a technology, there's the potential for humans to over-rely on that technology and to stop questioning the decisions that it's making. Some of that can be mitigated with user interface choices and even process choices around it. But these are risks that we're not currently facing right now with a largely human system.
I think one of the issues on co-piloting is speed. So, machines work very quickly, humans don't. And so how does the human keep up with the machine decisions? I think that's a really hard thing to navigate.
Particularly when the thinking behind the machine decision is perhaps not apparent, right? So I think that's one of the potential weaknesses of AI is that it's more difficult to interrogate the AI engine than to interrogate the human who made the mistake. So I'm not sure, please correct me if that's wrong, but
actually, for generative AI, so what I'm about to say has a caveat, so I'll say what I'm going to say and then I'll give you the caveat. But if you're using an LLM, let's say as a predictor, as a classifier, and you ask it to make a prediction, you can also ask it for its reasoning.
Okay.
Now, the caveat is that reason
Could be wrong.
Could be wrong.
Could be
wild. Could be
hallucination.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But I think it's really interesting nonetheless because by the human engaging with that reasoning and thinking, does this make sense to me? Is this plausible? Is this, I think it's just another tool for the human to use when making these kinds of decisions.
Yeah. So I wanted to make a point on the cyber or security of this large AI declassification engine. So what you will be hacking, presumably, is declassified material. And so I believe there are nefarious scenarios you could come up with. So for example, by having all this information rapidly declassified, so as a result, it will be that much more current, right? It'll be much more relevant to today's environment. You might be giving adversaries techniques to sort of spoof us and mimic us and inject disinformation more easily into the environment. But for the most part, I guess, I think we've dug this hole and we're stuck in it. We're in a digital world. Everything is digital. And whatever risks attached to that digital world are the risks, are just our new risk environment. And there's always been risks. There's always going to be risks. So you just sort of have to sit in the hole you've dug, basically.
That's a much more elegant rendition of the point I was trying to make, yes.
No.
And I was going to say, I love also that, you said, what if I did have all these material, and what can a machine do? And I think so far we've been focused on the sort of like act of making that recommendation. Anna, you said like it shouldn't be a decision, right? It shouldn't be remain classified or declassified. It should be a recommendation to an analyst. The other thing, of course, that we're not talking about is everything else current generative AI can do on a large corpus of data. That includes things like bundling a set of documents. Hey, all these documents, they sound very similar. That includes things like translating. That could include very fun things like, hey, given that this is all the declassified material, we have identified a corpus of document that very much are exactly redundant here, and so you wouldn't really be adding anything new. You still want to check that, but there's a whole series of things that here I think are like a newfound playground for anybody dealing with large corpuses of document. There are a lot of other caveats and shortcomings of this, particularly, of course, when it comes to translation, which is another thing that's very top of mind for analysts using documents in any context, because to our initial point about hallucination, and that was a weird one to me when I first found out about it, large language models really think they can speak any languages. And so, for instance, because they're usually trained on very large corpuses of everything that can be found on the internet, they would have some exposure to languages, even a little bit, and instead of saying, well, I just can't pull off Urdu, I have only seen a very small corpus, they will actually just provide completely hallucinated translation. And so it's this interesting question of, you have a very powerful set of tools that could be applied to very large corpuses of document, which at any point of the workflow may completely hallucinate and overstate its own capability. What type of analytical thinking does one need to develop in order to properly govern this and put it to good use?
So I wanted to make one point, may I?
Go for it.
Just as I've been listening, of something that AI could do that we haven't been talking about. So the declassification system has a huge volume problem, but the declassification system has a huge consistency problem, where thousands of mistakes are made by humans every year in declassifying, inconsistencies, mistakes. So what if we took a really well-behaved AI engine, really a nice one that we like?
One that Hannah made.
Yeah, and actually asked it to come up with the declassification guidelines based, kind of make our declassification guidelines more consistent by actually analyzing what's been declassified, analyzing the original classified work, and going, these are the mistakes you consistently make, and you need a different kind of process to avoid making those mistakes. I don't know if that made any sense, but it's kind of like use AI to reverse engineer our declassification guidelines.
I think one of the potential dangers of that would be, because there are mistakes made, because there are redundancies, and we're training the AI on what's already happened, we might be training it badly.
Yes, I think that's a huge mistake. I mean, a huge risk, no matter which road you take.
Right, exactly.
I think there's another potential opportunity here, which is humans might give different answers about whether or not to declassify a document for all kinds of reasons. It might be that one of those humans is making a mistake. It might just be that humans themselves disagree and are interpreting sort of guidelines very differently. I think this is often the case with very subjective tasks or tasks that are fundamentally human is that different humans can interpret those tasks differently. So I think there are opportunities here to come up with guidelines that are specific, and then to do experiments with humans to see the extent to which they agree and disagree. And if humans are disagreeing wildly, then probably an AI system is not going to help with that, because this seems, in that scenario, it seems likely that the issue is that the decision that the humans are being asked to make is about a concept that is fundamentally contested.
And what you're getting at, which is, something that is, I think will be discussed later on this afternoon, is that, it's basically, the whole classification process is highly flawed from the beginning, and now you're asking either humans or AI to fix what was, to fix what was broken from the beginning, and it's like an impossible task.
But I think there's an opportunity here, and I think possibly, I might be wrong, so let's take this with a grain of salt, but I think the opportunity is, if we do have some set of guidelines, then can we give those guidelines to an AI system and see kind of what it does with them? Can we give those guidelines to humans and see what they do with them? If we're getting wild disagreement, that suggests that the guidelines are not sufficiently specific.
Right.
So that suggests that there's more specificity needed. And so I think there's then an iterative loop of actually studying how consistently guidelines can be applied and making them more and more specific until humans are no longer disagreeing so much, and until humans and the machine are no longer disagreeing so much. So I think there might be an opportunity here. Again, I might be wrong, so let's take it with that caveat. But I think it could serve as a lever or a way of probing the existing system and saying, can we address some of these challenges within it?
Anna, can I take a weird detour here? What you're describing is exactly what the entire field of content moderation is currently facing. Because we have human moderators that are in charge of applying sometimes very vague guidelines, such as, is this hate speech? And we have a lot of people who are experimenting with generative AI's ability to make those decisions. And what we're doing is exactly what Hannah described, right? Like, we're having human moderators which are trained with specific guidance that explains, this is what we mean by hate speech. This is what we mean in this context. Oh, this is something that happened yesterday that you should know about when you evaluate hate speech. And we're trying to figure out if machines produce widely different results. And unfortunately, in this experiment, what we are learning is that the way you write guidelines for humans is extraordinarily different from the way you write guidelines for large language models. And so I think it will also ask the question of what type of guidelines do we want to write and for whom? Because as much as I would love to be in a world in which a great guideline is a great guideline, whether it's for a robot or for a human, I think that the early experiments that we've been running on things that are fairly similar suggest that a great guideline for a large language model is not a good guideline for a human to work with, and a great guideline that reduces the errors that the humans make might not actually get us anywhere with large language models. So that, I think, is something that's emerging that should help us think how we want to tackle this opportunity space.
But I think even before we talk about that, we have to talk about who's making up the guidelines. Who's in charge of that? How do you prevent certain kinds of algorithmic biases? How do you prevent, at what point does politics enter into any of these conversations? Do we know that? Do we know that we can avoid political influences when we're coming up with guidelines? And who is it that comes up with those guidelines, and how are they written?
Well, it's kind of the same questions that you apply to why are we classifying things? What's the point of it? Mm-hmm. Often, something only needs to be classified for like 2 days, right? You're gonna do X 2 days from now, and you want to keep it a secret, but now it's classified kind of in perpetuity until someone takes an action or the 25 years comes up. So And I feel sometimes like I'm in this panel that we're like stuck in a labyrinth or a maze because we're trying to walk back decisions that are flawed and a process that is flawed from the very beginning. I mean, I will say this, that I think societies built on secrecy and, controlling institutions are no longer an optimal model. We've kind of scienced our way and technologied our way out of those societies working anymore, but you just can't come to grips with it. I know that wasn't helpful, but it felt really good.
It was extremely helpful. I think it's helpful. I think flawed technology is unlikely to fix a flawed process, and ultimately that's what we're trying to do.
At the end of the day, technology doesn't exist in a vacuum. None of our systems are purely technical. They're socio-technical. They exist within a societal context. They are developed by people who live within a society and all of the different structures within society. And so it's therefore a mistake to think of them as being these purely technical objects that will somehow get us out of a societal mess.
Right.
Rather, they are absolutely part of that societal context and should be viewed as such.
It's not very healthy to let machines think that they can do things better than we can. I think that's not a path we want to go down.
It will tell you that, though.
Yes.
But if we can't if we can't fix the societal issues first, how are we going to build systems? I mean, won't they inherently be flawed just because we haven't fixed those systems first?
I think it's about the understanding of the flaws in the system and of the impact that result from applying these flawed systems to the specific decisions we're making. And so, for instance, here questions that are valid could be, what is the impact of a poorly made declassification decision, and is this impact augmented in any way by the flaws that we know about those AI systems, and what types of biases that it bring into these impact? And so for instance, systems that have early on experimented with purely automating decisions via machine learning that have included things like sentencing decision in the justice system. Very quickly, it became very apparent that this was a terrible idea. That not only the biases were expressing themselves in ways that we could measure, see, but also the actual impact on people's lives were completely intolerable. That is, all of that calculus is different whether you're using, ML systems to decide whether today we're eating bananas or apples. Like in that case, that might be just a fun ride for everybody for a week, right? So I think it's really about always answering those questions.
And I think that's actually a really good example, because what ended up happening was that some of these kinds of algorithmic systems for predicting bail and stuff like that were used. People then did a bunch of investigation to figure out whether the decisions that were being made were biased in various different ways. People found that they were, according to some definitions. There was then a whole host of discussion about what fairness means, what bias means in this context. What does it mean for a system to be fair? And it turned out that there are multiple conflicting definitions of fairness. Then from that mathematical lens, people could go back to the societal questions and say, oh, what does this mean for society if we're using one of these kinds of the assumptions behind one of these metrics versus the assumptions behind a different one of these metrics? So I think that by looking at the algorithmic system, by looking at the biases, by looking at the flaws and risks there, that can be a lens to help us look at the flaws in the broader societal system, which is the first step towards trying to address those things.
But what's interesting there is that, like in the jury system, in the bail system, in the welfare system, in a lot of these algorithmic systems, there's almost no way for an individual who's been affected to challenge them, which makes them unfair from the get-go. Yeah. But in this case, when we're talking about declassification, and we're talking about, say, FOIA requests from a journalist, how are those decisions going to be challenged? Where does the challenge come in? Who is going to moderate, essentially, those challenges? How fast can they happen? I mean, are we actually about to set up a system that actually is going to slow things down inherently. So, I think that when we're talking about these systems, we have to be talking about how we institute fairness, how we institute a system of challenges that doesn't break the system as it sort of is being developed. I don't know if you guys have thoughts about that, but.
Yeah, and I think that, whether you can live with the consequences depend on so many number of factors, right? So imagine that you run the pilot that Hannah proposed, right? Like you realize, okay, this is likely to be the impact of running this stack of documents through a generative AI model that has been instructed with machine optimized guidelines to recommend whether the material should stay declassified or not. The pilot will tell you, well, you can do that. It will fast forward your process by 25 years. You're also very likely to over-declassify by 5%. And then maybe Carmen takes this and says, I think we can live with that because we're in a different society now. Those are all sort of like trade-offs that are going to be imperfect approximation of what is likely to happen, and then ultimately a human decision on, sure, I'll take 10%. I don't think that this corpus has a lot of high severity risk within it. And I think we can live with it to save 25 years of analyst work. I don't know. I think so much of that ends up being, again, like subjective assessment on probabilistic outcomes.
Carmen earlier had referenced the State Department pilot program when they were trying to look at declassified cables and build a system to see whether or not it was accurate. And I think they looked at the cables from 1997. And the outcome was that they were correct. The machines and the humans were sort of in alignment about 97% of the time, which sounds like a lot. But my question is, what about that 3%? Are we willing to live with a system that is imperfect, or are we willing to say, okay, an imperfect system at least will get us this much farther towards our goal of making state secrets more transparent and, essentially supporting democracy?
Well, in the panel this morning, I forget his name, but he made the comment that transparency of information is not the only thing that can restore legitimacy in government, that there are several other pathologies in the U.S. political system that have led for people to have less trust in government. But certainly it is one of the contributing factors to people having less trust in government, this idea that the government keeps secrets and is conspiring, et cetera, et cetera. So, whether or not we can live with the 3% error rate, I think has to be judged with what are the values and objectives that we're trying to achieve. Sometimes when I think about, I don't know if this is going to work, but I'm going to go for it. Sometimes when I think about classification as an issue, almost none of what we are classifying is actually hidden, right? So, the omniscient being will see the Israeli jet flying to Iran and then coming back. It's not actually hidden, right? So we're kind of hung up. What digital technology, I believe, has done is make everything in the world much more visible than it ever was. And not only just visible, but like permanently visible. Like you will have that record forever and ever and ever. And now we're hung up on, well, we have to keep secret the documents, and the only thing these documents do is simply record what was visible. Is that making any sense to you all? So I'm actually just questioning, and I am the CIA person up here, I am just questioning the logic of secrecy writ large. And when I was at CIA, one of my favorite jokes was the CIA is going to be the last secret organization in the world, and it's never a good thing to be the last of anything. So I'm not sure if my point got across, but I definitely believe that it is foolish to strive for perfection. You know, it used to be that the phrase "good enough for government work" was a compliment. No, I'm serious. Was a compliment. That back in the late 19th, earliest 20th century, when the government became a bigger part of life, the phrase "this is good enough for government was a compliment. That what you're doing, that is a consistent enough level for government to adopt it. Now, it's a criticism. But I think it should just be accepted as reality. It's good enough for government work.
And I think I want to pick up on your question about let's say we do have a system, let's say it's 97% accurate. Are we okay with that sort of 3% of errors? I think this is always going to be the question that we have to ask with AI systems, right? What level of performance is sufficient, is good enough? And that's a very, very hard question to answer because it depends on so many different things. First, how are you defining performance? What do you actually mean by performance here? When you're looking at that 97%, very specifically, what are you actually calculating? And then even assuming that you do have a good notion of performance, then there's the question of what is the system getting wrong, right? Because different types of errors are going to have different risk profiles. And so then error analysis becomes really, really important. What is in that 3%? What is not in that 3%? If these are the types of places where we're making that 3% of errors, are we okay with that? And to go back to the comments earlier about algorithmic systems and fairness, for example, if your data points correspond to people, are you making mistakes for data points that are particularly associated with one group of people? That's probably something that we really don't want. Whereas if your mistakes are more randomly distributed, maybe we're more okay with that, even if it's the same level of mistakes. So I think this is where we can't give clear answers without really digging in, without doing that error analysis, and then without, again, taking into account the socio-technical context. What are the implications and impacts of those particular errors? Who's going to be impacted? In what way? Are we okay with those people being impacted? To tie it back to something you said earlier, will those people have any kind of recourse? Will they be able to contest these decisions? And these are really the questions that we have to answer, and they're hard questions in order to answer that question of, are we okay with 97% performance?
They're hard questions, but we're starting to have templates to do the
absolutely. Yeah.
I want to sort of continue on the sort of, thoughts that Carmen put out there and talk about, like, while, some folks are thinking through, like, can we properly use AI to work on declassification? Like, what's happening on the other side of the world? And sort of, the rest of how technology is being used is undoubtedly that a lot of people will turn to generative AI to produce classified information. Mm-hmm. They will try to retrieve classified information from training data. As we talked about, the people who operate those systems will not be in a position to say whether that's indeed classified information or not. They will produce fake classified information, sometimes because it's fun, sometimes because they have nefarious intent. They will seek to distribute it. They might even produce dangerous information. There's a lot of conversation on, can you produce born secret information with AI systems? And I think that justifies thinking about, in an environment in which that becomes much more accessible, what is the right posture and set of messages around this very idea of navigating classification in an environment in which I think this is, like, again, like, we'll have more people trying to retrieve some, creating some fake ones, and more and more people really enabled to help figure out what is what's real and what's not. So you have all this real classified material waiting to be declassified, and then maybe in 2 years we'll have a huge pile of maybe fake, maybe real classified material, maybe retrieved, maybe made up, floating around on social networks. That's not going to be fun either.
Right. Yep.
So I want to do the journalist trick. And the journalist trick is, because we're getting close to the time when we're going to stop and you're going to start asking questions. The journalist trick is at the end of every interview is to ask the person that they're interviewing, what didn't I ask you and what do you want to say? And so let's just go down, and that is the question, and let's just go down. Let's start with Carmen.
Well, golly, what didn't you ask me? What do I want to say? Classification system is broken. The classification system reflects assumptions we make about how we want to govern ourselves and our society. And that is what we really should be paying attention to is, and I believe the next panels are going to address some of those questions, where it all begins. And then I just want people to, everyone, and I think people in the national security community need to do this, is to actually ask themselves hard questions about the value of secrecy and these inane and Byzantine classification systems. I think that should all be up for reinvention.
You haven't asked me if open source systems pose more risk within this context. And some people have argued that. Some people have argued you can turn to generative AI and to those chatbots, for instance, to create very dangerous information on nuclear weapons. And as a result, we want only big tech like OpenAI or Google to be able to provide those AI systems because they can build safeguards that when users will turn and say, oh, please teach me how to do a biochemical attack, the system will say, nope, we're not doing that today. And is this real? And is this a good reason to say, therefore, they shouldn't be open source systems? I think that so far, people who've looked seriously into this risk will tell you that what matters when we evaluate the risks of those AI systems is this concept of marginal risk. Open systems so far haven't found to be marginally more risky than closed system or than the rest of available technologies like, searching Google. And I think that what we're facing is an environment where nobody actually knows how to do robust safeguards. And I love Microsoft, but OpenAI also doesn't have robust safeguards. And last time, for instance, we had a very public moment of media meltdown around the abuse of an AI system. The Taylor Swift pornographic AI-generated imagery is a good example of that. People said, oh, this has got to be some rogue open system. No, it was made on a Microsoft system because the safeguard was very easy to go around. And so I think that having this sort of conversation, thinking about, again, what's the marginal risk versus all the other systems that exist, and what is our collective responsibility as a field, as a set of stakeholders coming from different places to think about what does it mean to really make robust safety safeguard and to distribute it across all projects is a question that we haven't solved yet.
But are we going to solve it before we create these systems or not?
Oh, they're already deployed.
Right.
The systems are there. So yeah, there's a little bit of urgency to your point.
Right.
Let's see. So I'm not sure this is what you haven't asked me necessarily, but I think there are 2 points that I want to sort of emphasize. So one point is this point that I think is really important. If we have a broken system within our society, something like that, we can't assume that simply putting tech into that mix is somehow going to magically fix everything. Instead, we should be viewing this as a socio-technical system and asking really hard questions about that system that we're inserting tech into, possibly even using tech to direct those questions that we're asking, and then trying to think about how we can improve the entire socio-technical system. I think that if we view the problem as just the system is broken, let's throw in tech, that's going to fix it, we're not going to succeed. But I also want to emphasize that this isn't unique to studying the government classification system. This is one of the fundamental questions with AI and society. You take society that has all its flaws and weaknesses and broken things and stuff like that. You get a bunch of people who say, oh my gosh, we can fix this with AI, but simply just throwing some AI in there and hoping for the best isn't going to cut it. Instead, you need to think about that socio-technical system that you're building. So I think one of the things that really excites me about this panel discussion we've been having is that although we have been talking about the government classification system and the role of AI there, we are actually talking about the role of AI within society.
Yes.
And so many of the points that we've brought up here extend beyond the government classification system. So that was point number one. Point number two, look, I'm a scientist, right? And as a scientist, I like thinking about obtaining information, obtaining evidence, obtaining data, things like that. And in this context, I think that means that we probably need to be doing more experiments. So experiments that look at the current government classification system and the humans in it, the system itself, to try to actually understand the properties of the current system. Then once we've done that, that tells us something about that broken system, but something real rather than, well, I think this, well, I think that, these kinds of things. Moreover, we can then start to do similar experiments involving the socio-technical system and introducing AI into there. So I would encourage people, rather than just thinking about this as being a scenario where we can just proceed to build something and kind of see what happens, to instead ground that in doing these careful experiments to really understand kind of what we are going to be able to do, what we're not going to be able to do, and kind of what we're up against.
Right, thank you. So it's time for all of you to ask questions, and there are microphones that are coming around. There's over there.
Hi, thank you. My name is Jack, and I'm a Foreign Service Officer with the U.S. State Department, seconded to SEPA for the academic year. Thank you for mentioning about states' pilot programs. We do have a pilot program for chat that will focus on translations and summaries of treaties and white papers. I was chosen as a beta tester probably because state wants to figure out how an idiot interacts with large language models. But without a computer science background and with all of your experiences, what would you recommend to a beta tester to engage with a very limited large language model set without getting me fired for asking the model to make naked pictures of people?
I'll leave that up to you guys.
I can take a first stab. Recently, IGP hosted a great conversation with Dr. Alondra Nelson, who ran a project essentially beta testing how chatbots answer questions on electoral integrity. And she did this bringing in actual folks involved in organizing state elections and testing, asking questions on like, how do I register to vote? Or how do I volunteer for, open ballots or whatever? And what was fascinating is to have the subject matter experts look at the answer and talk about what were the implications of getting it wrong in a way that no abstract computer scientist could have never understood. And so I remember, for instance, I helped facilitate some of that testing. I remember, for instance, an answer that said, if you wish to volunteer to help with the election, it's a very lengthy process, and you have to be fluent in English, and you must, do it months in advance. And I remember, seeing the election official being like, oh my God, this is so wrong. It's actually not the right. It's actually not true. We're looking for bilingual volunteers too, but also we always need people the day off. And that extra layer of context, which is not only like, I know why this is wrong, but I know why this matters and the impact that this may have on democracy, I think is really something that we must learn to sort of facilitate from, what you call beta testers, sometimes we call red teamers, sometimes we call expert review, is this sense that really computer scientists will never get of like, why why is this information wrong? And more importantly, why is this impactful for what we're trying to do? So there's so much value, I think, in participating in those programs and bringing a different lens and an expert lens.
Thank you very much. My name is Maria, and my question would be for Hannah, and it has to do with that 3% that you just talked about.
Yeah.
And maybe using, this is a little bit controversial, but I know that there's been a lot of use of synthetic data, but also can we use synthetic data dynamically to heal these systems and these existing algorithms, especially in something as sensitive as national security data?
Yeah, so there are a lot of people who look at using synthetic data in a variety of different contexts.
Could you define what synthetic?
Oh, yeah, sure.
I'm not,
okay.
I'm not sure.
Okay, so normally when we train an AI system, we take a whole bunch of data from the real world, and we use that data to train our AI system. So our AI system is then learning patterns from that data set that comes from the real world. However, you can also generate data that didn't come from the real world via some process that looks kind of like real world data, so it has some similar properties to real world data, and do this to augment your data set of real world data so that you then have more data with which to train your system. And people investigate doing this for things like, suppose you have a very limited number of data points of one particular type within your data set. You might generate some synthetic data points that also have that type so that you have a more balanced data set, these kinds of things. I think in this context, and I should say, people have used synthetic data in a variety of different settings. In some settings, it's been helpful. In other settings, it's been less helpful. And I think there's still a ton of open questions around synthetic data and where it helps and where it's less helpful. And what do we do as the balance of synthetic data? Sort of, you end up with more synthetic data and sort of comparatively less real world data. There's a bunch of all of these questions, and I'm not going to sort of get into that. I think for me, though, thinking about this particular setting is what would we be wanting to generate here? What type of synthetic data would we be wanting to generate? Well, probably we're going to want to generate some kinds of documents or information. And we're probably going to want to generate either documents that look like documents that have already been declassified, or we're going to want to generate documents that look like documents that we would want to keep classified. Now, I think, at least based on my understanding of the situation, I suspect that we already have a lot of access to documents that have been declassified. And so it's probably not going to be those that we're going to want to be generating. It's probably then documents that look like documents that should be kept classified. But if we don't have a lot of data about documents that should be kept classified, it's going to be really hard to generate ones that look realistic. So I think for me, this sort of raises some questions about whether synthetic data would be valuable here. Again, I should give the disclaimer that I haven't particularly thought about this before in this particular context. And so it is totally possible that actually there is some very specific reason in which it would be possible and would be very valuable. But when I think about this just, sort of at first blush, it seems to me that it would be most useful to generate synthetic documents that look like the ones you want to keep secret. And that's going to be really hard to do unless you have a lot of those documents that you access to a lot of those documents that you want to keep secret.
I will just say, if you endeavor to create a bunch of fake government secret, this is going to be a trove for the next big conspiracy theory. And
absolutely,
I would want to see those. That could be really fun or terrible, depending on how this goes.
Thank you. My name is Cynthia. I guess we're not giving last names here. Is there a security reason for that?
Definitely.
We'll generate a last name for you.
So I'm a professor, an academic. Thank you for generating that. A few years ago, I was in the reverse position as our State Department visitor here, in serving in government in the Joint Staff, and one of my roles was to avoid all sorts of drudgery, but nonetheless, everyone was responsible for spending a little time in declassifying documents in a process that had many restrictions, many guidelines, and I would have welcomed AI as someone who uses AI extensively to run through homeworks I assign students to see what it could generate, and so on. And one question that follows from that is, you know, the team I worked on had physicists, international relations experts, other kinds of subject matter experts. Why not, would there be people at a place like Microsoft be willing to spend a year in government, get the necessary security clearances, do service to their country, as others of us have tried to do, and solve the problem of having the expertise needed in computer science? I know there's been resistance in Google and other companies about doing government work, but that's one solution. Frankly, I think this is a quaint conversation because it would seem clear to me that it would be immensely helpful, and the 3%, assuming this is going to get a lot better, and the last year I've been using AI, the improvements and the diminishment in hallucination has been remarkable, and that's just over the course of 1 year. The second quick comment I want to make is why this conversation is troublesome is that I also work on nuclear issues, and the idea of AI in nuclear is truly frightening. But it's, you know, for working in the United States, where I have faith in our system and humans in the loop, what worries me is less the United States than, say, China or Russia or North Korea, countries that are also engaged in this kind of technology. And you think back into the Cold War, there was already an example of an effort by the Soviet Union, Varian, to plug into a computer a surprise attack predictive model that actually frightened the Kremlin into believing that the US and NATO were going to use nuclear weapons, and had very adverse effects. A very primitive system, but they used it. And now our adversaries may be more willing to engage and use their AI models without the kinds of context concerns that we're more likely to bring. So what's your sense, maybe this is directed to Hannah, but also to Carmen, of their progress, and what can we do about it? Thanks.
Yeah, so firstly, to your first question, I can't speak for everybody within Microsoft, but yes, I would imagine there would be people who would be very interested in doing that. One of the things that I personally like about being at Microsoft is that we do have a bunch of people who come from a variety of different backgrounds themselves and who are really interested in doing interdisciplinary work. So within Microsoft Research, I'm a computer scientist, but we have a bunch of social scientists. We have people with biology backgrounds. We have people with chemistry backgrounds. And I think many of us gravitate towards Microsoft because we'd rather be at a place with a whole bunch of interdisciplinary backgrounds than, in my case, being at a computer science department with a bunch of other computer scientists. So I think there are a lot of people who see the value in that kind of interdisciplinary work and would potentially be interested in doing what you're talking about. I also believe, and everything I'm about to say, I'm probably going to get all the details wrong, but I believe there is some program within Microsoft, it might just be for folks in research, but it might be for other folks, where you can take time off to go spend time doing things in government. I can't remember, again, whether there are specific types of things that this is for, but there's already a little bit of precedent there. So yeah, I think this is absolutely something that people would be interested in. And then for your second comment, look, people are really worried about all of these kinds of risks. So chemical weapons, biological weapons, nuclear, all of this kind of stuff. And I'm seeing many companies really leaning into thinking seriously about these CBRN risks that people are so concerned about at the moment. I will say that when I got into this space, I was like, well, we know how we're developing our models. We know how, all of this kind of stuff. So, maybe studying this will be relatively easy. And people immediately brought up, no, you have to think about what happens when, let's say models built by US companies get into the hands of other countries, all of this kind of stuff. Similarly, what can we conclude about models that are built in other countries? These are really big questions, and I think these are things that many people are grappling with at the moment. I don't have any easy answers, but I don't have any easy answers about any of this. I think that is just the nature of this, this space.
So 20 years ago, just to comment on your question, I was talking to a group of analysts at CIA who their job was to follow Chinese technology development. And I went up to them and I asked them, because they tended to make fun of or demean the potential of China. So I asked them the question, I said, what will happen? And they were always accusing the Chinese of stealing our technology. And I said, what will happen when the Chinese have the lead on a technology and we will want to steal theirs? And I kid you not, their answer was, that'll never happen. And I walked away from that conversation not very happy, because down that path lies disaster, right? So the Chinese certainly are involved in quite an experiment on combining humans and technologies across many domains. So
we have time for one very, very quick question. It's not up to me. I guess it is up to me. Right over there.
Okay, anyway, this morning's panel and this afternoon's panel is primarily focused on covert security organizations. No one's really brought up the most overt one, which is the United States Postal Service, because that's really a holder. It goes back close to 300 years. Since the mid-1980s, they've been scanning first-class letters, not the interior, but the addressees. So you have a whole database there, too, of, so if someone, let's say, was planning a terrorism thing, wouldn't John Smith in New York writing a letter to John Doe in Chicago, wouldn't, for example, the CIA want to know that? And other than no, they wouldn't, okay.
US citizens, we would not want to know that.
Right. But wouldn't someone want to know it? Other than for marketing purposes?
All right. Thank you all. This was fantastic. I want you to note that we have a single-sex panel here talking about national security and technology.
Thank you all so much. That was fascinating. We have a 15-minute break, so stretch your legs, recaffeinate, etc. And we'll be back at 2:45 for the third panel. Thanks so much. Welcome back, everyone. Thanks so much for sticking through a long day when there's a lot going on in the world. Our third panel today is on the crisis of overclassification and can proposed reforms help? So this will, of course, address our current crisis of overclassification, which we've been talking about all day, head on. It'll analyze what new measures are now under consideration to make a meaningful difference, and what more citizens should expect from their government. Once again, I'll introduce the moderator, who will introduce the panel. So joining us is my colleague and friend, Elizabeth Saunders. Elizabeth recently joined our faculty and the Saltzman Institute as professor of political science at Columbia University. Before coming to Columbia, she was a professor in the School of Foreign Service at Georgetown University. Her research focuses on international security and U.S. foreign policy, including the presidency and foreign policy and the politics of using force. She's well-versed in working with government documents and therefore issues of classification and overclassification. And she's the author of 2 books, Leaders at War, How Presidents Shape Military Interventions, and hot off the press, I think just out less than a few weeks, right? The Insider's Game, How Elites Make War and Peace. So thanks so much, Elizabeth, and thanks to our panel.
Thank you so much. It's really an honor to be here moderating this final panel. I was lucky enough to know Bob Jervis a little in my career. I wasn't his student, but he shaped my scholarship in profound ways, and it's really quite something to be able to do something to celebrate him. And what better thing to do than to fix the broken, we've established that the classification system is broken, so now we're gonna fix it, right? That's what we're gonna do in the next hour and a half. So we have a very distinguished panel, and I'll just introduce them in the order. We sort of worked out a plan for how we're gonna run the panel, and so we're gonna start with Joseph Lambert, who entered duty with the CIA in 1984, and I think probably most relevant for this panel, he served as the Director of Information Management for 3 intelligence community agencies, including the CIA, and in that capacity, he was responsible for records management, national security classification management, and all declassification release and pre-publication review programs. So if you have complaints or FOIA problems, direct them to him. And he's gonna lead us off with sort of a declassification 101 to get everybody kind of on the same page. And then we will turn to Michael Collins, who assumed the position of acting chair of the National Intelligence Council in the ODNI in February of 2023, and has had a variety of other positions in the CIA before that, and is a specialist in East Asia, and started duty with CIA in 1996. And then all the way at the end, we have Tim Naftali, who is a senior research scholar and adjunct professor here at SIPA. And he's a member of the Department of State's Historical Advisory Committee. And I think he really brings in a very interesting perspective as both a historian and the former director, founding director of the Richard Nixon Presidential Library and Museum. And so he's sort of been on the consuming the documents and the sort of custodial, trying to keep them safe and following the rules kind of end. And I think it's a very interesting set of perspectives that we have here on this final panel. So we're gonna have Joe sort of start off with Declassification 101, and then Michael will talk a little bit about efforts at transparency that the government has been pursuing recently, and then Tim will sort of give us some perspective, both from the historian and the director, the library director, and of what are some proposed reforms. I turn it over to Joe Lambert to kick us off.
It's a real honor to be here for 2 reasons. 1, my good friend Peter Clement asked me to, and 2, my dear friend Bob Jervis, who I developed a very close relationship with over many years. I was the CIA officer that ran the Historical Review Panel, and Bob was the chair of the Historical Review Panel. So I used to tease Bob while he was yelling at me that nobody could handle Bob, but I was Bob's handler at CIA.
Yeah.
And he didn't like that. And I can say, because his wife is here, and I said this last night, and she smiled, Bob was a real pain in my butt over a long, long time. But he kept us honest, he made us better, and everything that he did, he had the utmost motive in mind. So my task is to talk about declassification. This all kind of started with President Clinton's executive order entitled National Security Classification back at, I guess it was 1995. And that order prescribed three ways or methods of declassification: automatic declassification, systematic declassification, and mandatory declassification. And there's a fourth area of declassification that I'll talk about at the end that Bob was extraordinarily helpful to CIA and made an enormous impact across the entire government. So automatic. Automatic is all permanent federal records that turn 25 years old have to be processed for declassification. It is a complicated process. It is a massive undertaking for just about everybody in the government. You can exempt records for a variety of reasons: 9 sources and methods, weapons of mass destruction, cryptologic systems, state-of-the-art technology, military war plans, protection of the president, foreign government information, emergency preparedness, and things that would violate a treaty or international agreement. It was very costly. I set up the program at CIA, the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, and the National Reconnaissance Office, and I've also been a senior advisor to the NSA and currently DNI in this capacity for declassification. To do this, you have to get a lot of people. You have to argue for a lot of money. The volume of records is enormous. It goes from, you've got paper and electronic. We're talking about tens of millions of pages of information. So what do you have to do? You have to figure out who's going to do this, right? You can't pull anybody off the street to do it, so you have to find experienced officers that know what they're doing to process these things. You have to have the money to set up the program. You have to digitize the information. You have to be able to train people on how to recognize not just CIA equity, but every other agency that has equity. Used to be, you wrote a product years ago, it was your agency's product. You write a product now, everybody has participated in it, everybody has equity, and the executive order doesn't allow you to declassify the equities of other agencies. So you now have to send their equities to them. It's an enormous undertaking. We don't have a consistent system among the 17 agencies in the intelligence community to pass that information back and forth. So it became a real problematic thing. I had the opportunity to talk to President Clinton, head of his library, about this, and I said, you made some really incorrect assumptions with the people that drafted this executive order for you. And he said, well, like what? And I said, well, the first one is records management. You assume that everybody in the government did records management the same way, that you worked on files for an entire year, they were all the same subject, you cut it off at the end of the year, you filed it and you retired it, and that was the end of it. Well, the CIA, when I would open a box, there would be 30, 40, 45 years, permanent records, temporary records, every subject under the sun in the same box. So how do you find the records, say, from 1976? To declassify that year, you've got to go everywhere to find it. It's very complicated, very difficult. And so I said that was an assumption that was made that's not the way it works in the government. The second assumption that's already been talked about today was that the classification that was originally put on the document, you can't trust. So you almost have to do a classification review before you can do a declassification review, which was another issue. And the third, I said, the cost of this and the opportunity cost is enormous, right? You really have to get a significant amount of money to be able to do this. You do it in two ways: redaction, where you redact things out, or many of the agencies have gone to pass-fail, where if the first instance of classified in a document or a page, you're going to fail the entire document and just set it aside as an exempt. So that's a nutshell about automatic declassification. The second one was systematic. And these are for records of historical value that are exempt, that could be part of a file series exemption or something like that. Perfect example is the PDB. President Obama had decided to declassify an excerpt from a 1968 PDB on Soviet space technology. When I looked at it, it wasn't classified at all. But the PDB was an issue of presidential and executive privilege. It's the intelligence community's conversation with the president. So I had to think about, well, they've now decided to declassify a single PDB. We're going to get thousands of requests for PDBs. This is an exempt thing. Maybe we should systematically declassify this starting at the very beginning, which was President Kennedy's President's Intelligence Checklist. At that time, it was called the Pickle, and CIA was affectionately referred to as the Pickle Factory. So we decided to start with that and then move forward one administration at a time. So Director Brennan and I went to President Obama to talk about this, and so we had spent a long time processing this for declassification, the entire 4 years of Kennedy's administration. And the redaction rate at the end was 44%. In other words, 44% of it was redacted out, which I actually thought was pretty good since it was, a PDB. The president didn't think so. He said, that's not good enough. I wanted to hold a big public event. And so I was talking to Director Brennan, and I said, John, what should we do? And he said, why don't you ask NSA to review it as well? So they did, and our redaction rate went from 44% to 20%. The president agreed, now you're in the neighborhood where you can have a big event. So we, in fact, had a big event, and since then, we've been systematically declassifying administrations. We're up to, Carter is now under declassification review to be released. And there was we had a big event in Austin, and the PDB for the day that the president was assassinated was released, and it was one page, and what it said was, the checklist staff can think of no more appropriate thing to say today than a quote that the president had given to newspapermen upon learning about the offensive missiles in Cuba. And it was a poem, and the poem went, bullfight critics ranked in rows, crowd the enormous plaza full, but only one is there who knows, and he's the man that fights the bull. I was probably real close to being PNG'd at CIA because everybody thought you can't release these documents. These are the holy grail of declassification. But the sky did not fall. It was a successful release, and so now they're just, again, marching forward. The last, the mandatory declassification review process, very much like the FOIA, right? If you can describe a document in sufficient enough detail that it's a reasonable search, you process it. The real difference is the adjudication at the end. FOIA, if the recipient disagrees, you litigate. Under the mandatory declassification review position of the executive order, there's this body called the ISCAP, Interagency Classification and Security Appeals Panel. And so you appeal it to that particular panel. If it's a request from a foreign national or foreign government, the intelligence community is exempt. It can't be part of a litigation, or it can't be part of an exempt file. So those are the three main ones. But I want to talk for a minute about the area where Bob Jervis made the biggest impact, and that's in the discretionary declassification area. I was sitting in General Hayden's office one night, and he said to me, Joe, you own the CIA archives. And I said, well, sir, I've never thought about it that way, but I guess you're right, we do. He said, there's got to be some really compelling stories in there. You ought to pick them out, and we ought to declassify and release them to the American public. And the more I thought about that, I said, that's a good idea. So what do? I call Bob Jervis. Bob says, that's a great idea. And the next day, I get an email about 67 topics that would be great to do. And to Bob's credit, it was just the first email. Okay. To Bob's credit, the CIA has done probably 25 or 30 of these major events all over the country, presidential libraries, major universities, things like we did Bosnia with President Clinton at his library. He was the keynote. We did the Camp David Accords with Jimmy Carter at his library. We did the Berlin Tunnel, fascinating story between the Berlin Airlift and the Berlin Wall. We did a Life of Richard Helms. We put Air America helicopter pilots on stage for the first time with the Air Force pilots that they had rescued. Really powerful stuff. NRO released the KH-9 hexagon bucket that fell to the ocean floor in the recovery attempt. NSA's released famed cryptologist William Friedman's collection. And Bob played an enormous role in both getting the credibility to do these things and in coordinating them across the entire United States. So I think I'll stop there. But very impressive body of work, and Bob was an enormous assistance to the CIA in that particular endeavor.
Thank you so much. And I think for the students in the room, when you start out, you're also as naive as that person who wrote that Clinton directive, right? Because the lesson you learn very quickly is that the archives are not organized according to your topic. Right? It's very whimsical, shall we say. Thank you so much. So we'll turn now to Michael Collins, who will give us a sense of what the government's currently doing.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for the opportunity and the invitation, really, to participate in this conversation. I apologize for not being able to get up here yesterday. It's been a little busy at the farm this past week. I'm going to speak more just to say a few words about what you don't often hear from the intelligence community, which is the proactive enablement of being able to engage the private sector in an open, transparent manner, as opposed to thinking about it as we're reacting to somebody wanting us to declassify something. I think this conversation today is very strategically meaningful and very timely for what you're about to hear from me. As the head of the National Intelligence Council, I'm principally responsible for overseeing all of the analysis across the U.S. intelligence community, representing the entire views of the intelligence community, for the day-to-day high-level policy decisions we're making, for the longer-term strategic estimative work and the global trends that the National Intelligence Council is especially known for, and for using this intelligence for important reasons, for outreach, for global engagement, for intelligence diplomacy. It's a word that's been in the studies as of late, or other forms of intelligence releases, transparency, et cetera. The use of objective analysis for many purposes for positive strategic effects, something we take very seriously. I would note for the first time, if you haven't noticed it, in the national security strategy for the first time in the US government, the word intelligence is actually in it. It recognizes for the first time transparently that intelligence is as much a national security asset as are the traditional forces of power we typically speak to, economic, military, political, et cetera. And what I'm about to speak to will reinforce the criticality of that. So I take seriously this role we have for what we produce ultimately for the national security decision maker, from what we can glean from and acquire engagement with the private sector. Those who work for me as well in the National Intelligence Council or NIOs know we take very seriously the role we can play in encouraging and actually being a part of what I call a larger national or international analytic conversation on what's happening in the world, on the forces that are driving it, and what it is we all can collectively do about it. The narratives that are being espoused about it, whether true or not, many of them, of course, false. And in particular as well, espousing and representing something that is very core to our tradecraft and our mission, apolitical, objective, critical thinking. We think we play that role critically. We need this positive engagement because we need the insight from the private sector, the non-governmental actor, for the analysis we're producing, and increasingly so. Shame on us if we think we can provide to the President of the United States what the President of the United States most need to know based purely on something secret that only comes in my inbox, as opposed to increasingly in the open source arena, all the expertise and insight that's coming from that. So this is really, really important to our, to our mission, and we know broadly we can play a consequential role to that end. And when I step back and put on sort of my strategic hat and think about what's happening in the world, right now we're in the middle of doing a lot of strategic estimate work on what's the emerging global order, whatever we're going to define it, and what shape it's taking. References were made earlier to the rise of China and what China is attempting to do in the world. One of the things that I'm often asked about in terms of what concerns me most in this is misinformation and disinformation. Not just because of what Russia or China are necessarily doing about it, but the phenomena in and of itself. And the use of misinformation or disinformation narratives about the world and what's happening in the world based on that, as opposed to narratives based purely on objective truth. This is a problem because increasingly so our authoritarian revisionist adversaries around the world, when you truly understand them, domestically, politically, and in their foreign policy aspirations and what they're doing in the world, they don't depend on truth. To the contrary, they depend on lies, falsehoods, and manipulated narratives. And we can all come up with examples of that. So at a strategic level, we especially have to appreciate that. And being more forward engaged, if you will, on studying intelligence, to that matter. But it's also happening because this phenomena that is misinformation and disinformation in the world is also happening because of the previous panel in part. Technology, social media, is just simply enabling it more. It's enabling the proliferation of this phenomena, and it is a national security threat in and of itself. And increasingly as well, when you put the third variable in this as an analyst, the non-state actor really increasingly matters in international affairs. International affairs is no longer just about governments or the central leaderships of governments. It's about the non-state actor, the individual in some cases, and what they can accomplish around the world as well. They matter increasingly so for global affairs. And so we have to understand and be a part, we have to be a part of that. This is an international relations person saying this, human cognition, human understanding. What often worries me to a further degree about misinformation and disinformation is not its increased prevalence and the phenomena that it actually is, but I worry that human beings increasingly don't care about the truth. The truth is less relevant. Then we're really in an existential problem when to the point, Carmen made the point earlier in the last panel about the importance of truth to science and the truth to our ecosystem compared to others, and that's something obviously we take and we have to think about from a strategic standpoint. So to that end, I think the subject of this conversation is really, really timely, consequential, and strategically necessary. Objectively stated, too much secrecy is a national security threat for what we stand for and what I just said about comparatively when we think about what our adversaries are attempting to do. More precisely, I would say even further, a too dogmatic of approach to thinking that for what we do, that the only intelligence of value is something that is secret and should remain secret forever. We will not be doing our job for what we are ultimately responsible for national security decision making if we only think that I can, as I said earlier, can inform the president based purely on what comes in the classified channel. So that's why I'm here today. I think I'm here to help encourage and help all you all realize and appreciate we are trying to proactively enable this more and more. There's a couple of key initiatives I want to speak to just briefly. The DNI's Transparency Initiative, specifically where we are proactively making more available to the public arena assessments we're producing about the world in a proactive, deliberative way, following the procedures, of course, we have to follow. It serves a number of purposes. Most importantly, it represents the transparency that is true to our values more broadly, point one. Point two, we need to inform the American public. And we need to inform it, as I said, in an objective, apolitical way, informed by critical thinking and empirical evidence. Third, we need to model, and we should model, just the act of, as I say, being objective and apolitical in the models we use in our analysis. That itself, I think, is a critical function. And we need to, through this, we can take on and challenge the false narratives that are affecting U.S. national security more broadly in the world. Last point is increasingly, I mentioned it earlier, the non-state actor arena, and I'll close with this. We need to partner more, all the more so, with the non-state actor arena. And so proactive enablement of a conversation through these releases make that really, really critical. The non-state actor arena is increasing, as much as I said, about understanding the international world, whether in business, commerce, science, scholarship. That's the insight we need, therefore, to put into our analysis. So shame on us if we're isolating and not pulling that insight in. Second point, the non-state actor is where innovation is happening. It's where science is being done. It's where technology is being advanced. We're not going to be able to do that in the U.S. government. We're certainly not going to be able to do that alone in the U.S. intelligence community. So we need to be part of that and draw that in. And the last point, because of 1 and 2, the non-state actor arena is under threat, significantly so and increasingly so, by our adversaries around the world, in all different forms, from influence to cyber to what have you. And so therefore, because 1 and 2, I said why the non-state actor arena matters, we take seriously the role we can actually play in helping to inform and defend the vital non-state actor that's really, really critical to U.S. national security success in the world going forward. So that's my strategic pitch as to why this is really important. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you. Great. Turn to Tim.
First of all, Mrs. Jervis, thank you for coming. A little over 2 years ago, we witnessed a remarkable feat of coordinated U.S. declassification. The intelligence community, working under the instructions of the president, released current intelligence on the likelihood that Vladimir Putin would invade Ukraine. Moreover, the IC also provided journalists and the interested public with the prediction that Russia would stage some kind of false operation, then blame Ukraine, to attempt to justify its real aggression against Kyiv. This release didn't deter Putin. I doubt the White House or the intelligence community expected that it would. But it did illuminate the global information space and help ensure that most of the world, not all, understood that the true victims were the Ukrainian people. Contrast this with the staggered, opaque rollout of the remaining JFK assassination materials. I understand there's a quality of apples and oranges about this comparison. In the months leading up to the invasion of Ukraine, the executive branch of our government understandably was on high alert regarding a threat to European security, implying a threat to US security. And the JFK materials were decades old when two administrations, the Trump and the Biden administration, had to deal with thousands of pages that had been kicked forward 20 years by the JFK Assassination Review Board. But in a cumulative way, access to government records, especially presidential and intelligence records, is a barometer by which many assess the transparency of our government. The maintenance of an understandable, dependable, efficient, and fair process by which scholars, the press, and the interested public can request the review and release of the most sensitive of those documents is essential to the credibility of government, especially of the intelligence community and the National Archives. In an era, as Mr. Collins has said, of aggressive state-sponsored disinformation, coupled with and occasionally amplified by a domestic political culture strained by conspiracy thinking, the importance of making access to information as understandable as possible is even greater. In the absence of explanation, understandably, the public will likely resolve uncertainty in a manner that further transforms the very American tradition of skepticism of government, a good one, by the way, into hard cynicism or apathy. Not good. Many times, the fault is of the declassification itself. The interested public is only now fully comprehending the breakdown that has occurred in access to classified historical presidential records. As a result of decisions made by the National Archives before the pandemic, the release of declassified presidential records outside of the JFK assassination review process largely ceased in 2019. I understand that the system is back in action, but it will take years to undo the backlog. In many cases, new requesters for declassification of presidential records now face a 10-year wait before even their request is sent to the agencies by the National Archives for review. Not only will the wait ultimately be even longer for most requesters, because the equity agency, that's the agency that produced the document, still has to review it, and that takes time. And then the document itself, whether released in full or redacted, has to be sent back to the National Archives, which then sends it back to you. There is even a danger, because of a lack of staffing in Washington, that some records are not even being processed at all, so you wouldn't even know to request them. I am pretty confident, and in fact, I'm very confident, not pretty confident, I'm very confident that the new archivist, Dr. Colleen Shogun, is taking this issue, which she inherited from her predecessor, very seriously. In fact, she told me that. But she must manage this process at the moment in an era of decreasing resources. With the time remaining, I wish to make a few suggestions, which I can unpack in our conversation. First of all, the intelligence community should do a better job than simply listing paragraphs from an executive order or a governing legislation to explain why documents have been withdrawn and withheld from high-profile declassifications, such as the JFK documents. This is not because the US government wanted to deny the American people the knowledge of who killed John F. Kennedy. Part of the whole misunderstanding of the JFK collection is that a lot of it had nothing to do with the assassination of John F. Kennedy. It had to do with covert action, which was then pulled in by congressional investigators as a way of understanding the environment in which a president of the United States could be shot and killed in Dallas. But the optics of the way in which the system handled the JFK assassination release, I think, further undermined trust, with many Americans thinking the US government was trying to withhold the truth about who killed Kennedy. Some of the decisions, whether to release or redact, should have been informed by thinking about the consequences for the concept of transparency in the United States. Was it really necessary to continue the redaction of CIA file numbers, which prevented the possibility of a complete release of a document? Instead, you had to count that document as redacted. It is issues like that, while mainly political, but I think important for democratic resiliency and the idea of transparency. Of course, we need to have more resources, and we need to have more archivists at the National Archives with clearances. In my day, directors had clearances so we could assess the fairness of releases, we could participate in reviews, and we could help initiate declassification programs. Certainly, that's what I was able to do as director of the Nixon Library. The National Archives no longer attempts to get clearances for directors, and so they are no longer a participant in accelerating the process of declassification. The ISCAP process, which Joe responded to, I believe should be upgraded and expanded. And I have benefited from it in certain requests. It's a very important process. It's like the appeals court for a mandatory review request. But the flaw in the system is that when they deny your appeal, there's no explanation of why, and there's no non-governmental person on this board. There should be, just as we have, I mean, I'm in the Historical Advisory Committee at the State Department, and we have the right to be consulted, and we're briefed on the nature of how the State Department declassifies records. I don't believe there are any scholars that sit on the ISCAP to negotiate and discuss the consequences for democratic resiliency and transparency of denying that particular document. I think it's something to consider. Finally, the Office of the DNI and the agencies must be funded further to engage in the kind of discretionary reviews that Joe Lambert made possible, inspired by Bob Jervis. With the minute, and I really only have a minute I have left, I want to address the role of consumers. This is not only about the IC and the National Archives. There is a reason we are at the Jervis Conference. Robert Bob Jervis was a gift to those who care not only about the use of intelligence, but the development of smart policymaking and the development of sophisticated intelligence history and historical analysis of policymaking. With a few exceptions, Matt Connolly here, Beverly Gage at Yale, for example, and Elizabeth, universities are not producing people anymore with half the talent of Bob Jervis in understanding not only how intelligence can matter, but how to make the necessary inputs of policymaking more accessible to the American people. If you don't know how a particular government works, because though they share certain attributes, American presidencies differ like the men, and I hope someday with the women that lead them, how will you know how to request the right documents or emails? This isn't the IC's responsibility. This part of the challenge to make our state less opaque involves those of us at universities. And this isn't only the story of the teaching and studying of political history in the modern era or the decline of non-rational choice political science. It is also a product of changes in how archivists are trained, where there is much less of a focus on subject expertise. Your archivist may not know how to help you figure out how to reconstruct the policy of the administration, whose archives they are the custodians. All Americans benefit because of the effect on our sense of transparency and therefore of democratic resilience. The more people we have in our country who are literate in the ways of government, especially of national security.
Excellent. Well, thank you all for. There's so much to chew on. I'm a political scientist, right? So I want to talk about the elephant in the room, which is politics. And it hasn't come up that much today, but I don't think it would be doing Jervis's legacy, justice if we didn't really address it. So, and I don't mean that, these questions are not intended to go down the road of one party or the other, but I think we can't ignore the fact that a lot of the things that have come up today as potential solutions require Congress to get involved, require more resources, which Congress would have to appropriate, and this is a very complicated reform process, but let's say that in the next hour we came up with something that seemed very plausible and we took it to Congress and they passed it, right? I mean, if I could wave my magic wand. What's to say the next administration wouldn't overturn it? Because there's a lot of scholarly evidence now that policies just do not stick the way they used to, right? Presidents make a policy, and the next president comes in and overturns it. And I think that's a function of partisan polarization, the swinging wildly. So in policies. So if we're talking about reform, one question is, does it matter who does the reforming, right? I read this excellent article in Time magazine that looked at some of the efforts that Mike Collins was describing about sort of selective disclosure and using intelligence to marshal allies in the fight against Russia. And there was a great quote from someone on the NSC who said, what sets us apart is the way we do it and what we're doing it for, meaning that, the selective declassification is being done for good in this case. But we have a presumptive nominee from one of the major parties who is under criminal indictment for mishandling, for his own purposes, classified documents. And that is just a fact that we have to confront, I think. So in light of the partisan polarization that leads to this sort of instability in policy and pretty different views on what the role of intelligence should be, how can we be sure that the policies and procedures that we talk about and that we want to reform and improve, that the government generates to handle secrets are durable and stable and used in the interest of the people who elected that government? So that's an easy question for a Friday afternoon.
Can I handle this one because I
think everybody should get a crack at it.
But I suspect that Mr. Collins may, I don't know how much he can say about this, but I'll leave it up to him. A little story might help this. It's all about lobbies. When I was getting started, and I loved going to the National Archives, the National Archives had even longer hours than it does now. But they had great hours. Particularly, it's a long time ago. This is before there was, the headquarters were in Maryland. The biggest building was in Maryland. And there was an attempt to shut down the number of hours. And then the most powerful lobby at that time for the National Archives, and I still think so now, were the genealogists. And the genealogists complained, and the National Archives, and they complained, and Congress responded, and they kept the lights on because the National Archives was open late. One of the problems in this story is that the lobbies lobbying for openness are weak. They're really, and a lot of this effort at openness is actually done within the government. I think what a lot of folks don't know is the number of people in the government who are trying to do this, whether they're archivists at the National Archives or folks in various agencies. There are a lot of transparency advocates in government. You don't suddenly take an oath to opacity when you go into government. But it's really helpful when outside forces are pushing in that direction. And one of the things historians and political scientists and others have been really weak at is acting as a group and highlighting these issues. They're really not good at it. University presidents don't do it anymore. Nobody seems to do it in the space. And that's how you get Congress's attention. Another thing is that some of this is below the hood kind of stuff that could be done without necessarily the role of Congress. But you need the president, who's a busy person, to say, I want a standard declassification manual for all parts of the government. That could be done, or maybe actually the DNI could do that. Congress doesn't need to participate in that. You do that, and you unleash the power of all these people in the government who are following the rules to release more. You then give the National Archives declassification authority in a larger way than it has, but you have to take a risk. And you have so many people participating in the system without spending more money. They already have clearances to get more stuff out. But you have to do that at the top, and it has to be a priority. So part of it involves the private us pushing, but part of it also is a busy president has to spend about 15 minutes to talk to the DNI and say, you know what, transparency is an objective. Do this, please.
Michael's probably more qualified to answer this than I am, but I'll just add to what Tim said. In the 40 years I've been in the intelligence community, you know, in the 5 different agencies I've worked in, I will say that the people that are doing this work in the trenches take little notice of whether the administration is a Democratic administration or a Republican administration. And in the trenches, there's very little difference between the two as the career people doing this in the trenches. You know, if you would ask some of them, I've actually had one of them tell me that, you know, we hold these records in trust with the American people, and it's our moral obligation to release them when their sensitivity attenuates over time. So at the basic level of where this happens, I think people take little notice of what happens at you know, the 40,000-foot level. But
I'm more worried about when the people at the 40,000-foot level take notice of the people on the ground. But go ahead.
I'll just say 3 things that are really helpful, and thanks for the question. One, to the point, it's a supply and demand issue. Demand it on us. I mean, you all hear what you represent, what you study, right? One of the additional reasons for our transparency initiative is with humility, we're not always right. We're going to get things wrong. We need all of you to be part of this national analytic conversation I keep talking about. So knock on our door, not just knock on our door, demand to be part of it. Call us out when we're missing something. That's why we're trying to move forward more proactively on some of this enabling of analysis in the public sphere. Second, think about the study of intelligence itself, as I mentioned earlier, as a concept in academia, and what it truly is, in its literal sense, right? I know something more today than I did yesterday. Challenge those of us who agree with you that intelligence is not defined by something purely secret, but it's in the most literal form. And the tradecraft we put towards something, we are increasingly pushing this out. This is about practices. I was taught long ago to make the analytic point I need to make with the least classified information for maximum utility. We got to hold ourselves to that, but we sometimes drift in that principle because we want to say something super, super, super secret, right? When we recognize the larger purposes our intelligence is used for. Last point, as much as I said about the importance of open information, open discourse, also appreciate when you study intelligence, human lives are on the line on the things that need to be protected. Increasingly so, there are things for which we're going to open up and talk about. But if we're focusing on the hardest of the issues we have to collect on, you also need to appreciate there are reasons why certain things are in fact classified and need to remain classified to sources and methods purposes, right? So it's not just that easy to say, oh, everything should be unclassified. I get that, but as long as we're taking a deliberative approach and being careful about it, I think it makes us credible when we're opening up and providing more open discourse, analytic et such, when we can also therefore say there's a reason therefore why I can't get into the detail on this thing for various reasons.
Tim?
I want to it would be so good, and if we made a point to say to the American people that eventually everything will be declassified. Because that's something we don't have here. There are certain countries, and by the way, our declassification system is the best in the world. That doesn't mean it can't be improved, but it is the best in the world. I have worked in 6 different countries and archives in 6 different countries. But there are countries that, for example, when it comes to sources and methods, will say, we will release human intelligence information in 100 years. Just say it. In other words, if you do before, it'll be a special release, it'll have to do with something else. But the fact is, what we don't have here is a certainty that everything will ultimately be released. And if you want some things never to be released, and I could understand it, for example, how to make an atomic bomb, how to develop in your kitchen a biological weapon, then just say, these are things we don't release. But it would be such a good thing for our democracy if we knew that ultimately, with the few exceptions that I think we'd all share and understand, everything's going to come out. Similarly with the speed of a submarine. It's very expensive, unless the submarine system changes. But I'm just saying that it would be great, but we don't have that promise. We have a promise of review. We don't have a promise of declassification. There's a difference.
Yeah, sure,
Greg. To add one point to Bob Jervis's influence on this, when we started doing these massive discretionary releases, Bob called me up after the first 2 and he said, those are great, good news stories for the CIA, but Joe, for credibility, you got to make sure you tell a story where the CIA got it wrong. And so Bob was almost directly responsible for us doing an event on the Korean War where the CIA, the brand new CIA, said China would not invade, and of course they invaded, shortly thereafter CIA said that. So Bob had an influence like that we had to tell some negative stories as well as some positive ones. So I just wanted to add that.
Yeah. I want to ask a slightly different version, but still kind of focused on like the sort of hidden politics of this. So I think something that Michael Collins mentioned was this notion of like the declining value of truth. And I do think there's another dimension to that, which is the declining value of expertise. And we've seen that not only sort of in the public sphere, but also in the political world, right? And it's no longer something that some politicians like to tout, that they have expertise in, country expertise or issue expertise. National security expertise is probably the thing we all care about the most, right? So, and that sometimes applies to presidents, and then I think that goes back a long way and isn't, in both parties. There have been many nominations in both parties of people with very, very little national security or foreign policy experience. So in an environment where you have a decline in actual expertise and value of expertise, because if you don't know things but you understand the limits of what you don't know and you're open to learning new things, that's different from just disdaining expertise. How do we think about trying to reform? I mean, if we think of this as a moment of reform, right, that we're kickstarting the review process again after some COVID backlogs, if you could be granted 3 wishes and fix the system however you see fit, how much of a difference will it make in a world where one of Jervis's great insights in perception and misperception in international politics, which was the book of his that really had the most influence on my scholarship, is like, you take in a new fact, it's all the stuff you already have in your head that provides the context for understanding it. And if you aren't even aware that you don't have that context and you don't value people who can help you get it, is this exercise just futile? I'm a real, upbeat moderator, aren't I?
I'll jump in on that first. Yeah. I think those who work for me know I take seriously, more so than just describing a program of analysis, the program of research and analysis. That is the thirst to be better and smarter on something. I don't think of the analytic community as just describing or summarizing, or sometimes you hear these terms, synthesizing information that's out there. We're trying to find out solutions to things.
Oh,
Right.
I should clarify. I'm talking not about the producers of this stuff. I'm talking about the people who, the consumers who aren't in this room, let's say, like the politicians, the president, the decision makers, who seem, you know, in the political sphere to value the expertise less than they used to.
Well, I think, again, the role that the intelligence community can play in energizing that customer base, not just the policymaker, as I said earlier about the public arena, is showing that we are intending to try to carry out research, investigations, science, experimentation, term used earlier, to figure out what's really happening in this country. Where might it go next? In a more purely empirically based, academic based, so we're pushing our knowledge of something. And again, like as I said earlier, I think that's a role critically where academia and the public sector can work with us on it. But again, to the point I said, challenge us to do that. It does, and increasingly as well, when we talk about national security issues, I mentioned earlier the geopolitical great power competition we're talking about in the world. We can't just talk about the United States, China, Russia, Iran, North Korea in that geopolitical sense. We talk about it, you can read the director's testimony and how she's conveyed in her threats assessments what threats we see in the world, but take as much focus as well on the transnational issues that are affecting our national security in the world: climate, human security, human development, food security, medical. COVID was a great case in point, the best example more recently. They're not mutually exclusive. If we're advancing science and research and expertise in those domains, and our analysts need to be smart in those domains, not just smart on China, Russia, et cetera. We need to be smart in those domains because those are the domains within which the competition is taking place. But at the same time, we need to help harness expertise to help solve them for the good of the global commons in general. So challenge us to be smarter through political scientific approaches to the hard national issues we're following.
Tim, do you want to jump in on this? Or?
I think the open community does make a difference. I know they don't think that they do, but those voices are actually heard inside the agency. I've often thought that you could improve declassification in the government by eliminating the requirement that all records that are permanent that turn 25 years old are reviewed and declassified, because it's my experience in the 5 agencies that I've worked with that a significant portion of that will never see the light of day, not simply because the CIA doesn't want it to or NSA doesn't want it to, it's simply because they're not historically significant or interesting in any way. And I've often thought that if you eliminated the 25-year requirement in favor of, pick 5 historical things a year to work on, and everybody worked on the same thing with the same tax dollars, that at the back end of that, you would come out with a far more complete picture of the issue. Now, it's always who picks the subjects that you deal with. Is it a history panel? Is it the archivist? Is it, whoever? But
if you got academics involved in that, you won't get anywhere.
So it would be problematic, but I think that would be one way to improve and make more accurate what you get.
I want to pick up on something that, in the same vein, but that picks up on something from the previous panel, which is the technological complexity of what we're dealing with as the subject matter. So when I teach the Cuban Missile Crisis, we talk a lot about, the U-2 overflights, and these were manned aircraft, and in order to get higher resolution intelligence, you had to fly lower, and that meant there was a trade-off between, the quality of your images and the risk to the pilot, which could then, if the pilot was shot down, you could end up in a situation of escalation. That's a fairly, I just said that in a few sentences. It's pretty simple for most people to understand, and for anybody who got elected president, that's a trade-off that they should be, the bar for understanding that is reasonable. Now we live in a world where, is it even reasonable? I mean, I'm old enough to remember when a member of Congress described the internet as a series of tubes. And recent hearings on technology oversight in Congress have not actually shown Congress to be particularly fluent, shall we say. So as the product and the sources and methods get more the sources and methods get more technologically complex, can we, like, what do we do with the problem of just the president or the people advising the president, decision makers, not being able to kind of like kick the tires of this intelligence because it was produced in a way that they can't understand?
When we're telling war stories from teaching, right? They're good ones. When I teach about World War II, I talk about Ultra. I talk about and that was a secret. Those of you who've seen the History Channel, Netflix, what have you, you'll know it was deciphering most every significant message that the Nazis created, and the Japanese, so that was called magic. But it was a kind of secret that if you gave it away once, everything could collapse. And so there was a community of 35,000 people at least who kept the ultra secret until the 1970s. It's an amazing story. We're in a complex era where the United States, in 2 instances, told the world that it had information of the quality of ultra, and for some reason the US could tell that to the world and not lose that information. I'm not asking to be told. So we're in a very complex world, not as straightforward as the NSA will tell us from that era, okay? I suspect that most presidents have never really asked for the technological explanation. Indeed, I'm not sure that presidents, although they're allowed to know, have even bothered to ask for the names of many of the agents that turn in the information. So I'm not sure that the fact that what's producing all of this material is way more complicated and perhaps less fragile than Ultra. I'm not sure that policymakers today would ask for any more information about that than their predecessors. Like the satellites. When Jimmy, you know what, Jimmy Carter's an exception. He probably did. But when Jimmy Carter was the first president to have real-time satellite information, thanks to was it NGA, the name keeps changing. It was declassified all of this about the keyhole satellite program of that period. So you can learn all about it if you want. He probably asked for that information, but I'm sure most presidents would just say, okay, well, what do we know?
But even if they didn't ask, you can. This is a photo from a satellite. Is like a thing that most people who get elected president and their advisors can understand. But the algorithm told me that this is what North Korea is going to do next week, which I know is an oversimplification.
I hope an algorithm is never used for that.
Well, but I do think that we are moving towards an era in which the technology is becoming more of a black box, and I do wonder. We already have less expertise among elected officials and decision makers in the domain that we're talking about, right? I mean, to get a George H.W. Bush figure with that much previous experience, or Joe Biden, who'd been the head of the Foreign Relations Committee and vice president, and had been exposed to this stuff for years before getting, that's the exception, not the rule. These leaps are big leaps, and I just wonder how do we think about that as a problem for the production and communication of, like, how do you know that is a question,
I'll just say, I think I tend to be an optimist when it comes to the technology that's out there. Look, I think we're asked to make hard judgments all the time in front of the president, in front of the national security community, and per our tradecraft and what I said earlier, we better be saying that with the basis of evidence that we can explain, however we got that. To the point made earlier, we're not going to just say, oh, the tool told me this, therefore I trust it, right? It speaks to 2 points. One, it speaks to the point I made earlier about why the ecosystems that we rely on, the values underpinning them, we better win in ensuring that technology is shaped in ways that align with our values as opposed to the values of our authoritarian rivals. But 2, it gets us back to, and so you can encourage the innovation to such a degree that it helps to expose the truth with standards that we adhere to, et cetera. But it also gets you back to basic core critical thinking teaching and reminding somebody about what's the base. Don't take that as a fact necessarily until you understand how the fact was supposedly generated. All I can say, not speaking for the customer, but speaking for what we require, there's reasons why we have high, medium, and low confidence judgments. It's not just because it's CYA in some cases, just to actually make clear to the policymaker, we can only say this because we don't have the degree of confidence necessary in the underpinning evidence. That's fundamental tradecraft in our analysis.
Do you have anything to add on this?
I don't think I'm going to add that.
I think I'll pose one more question, and then we'll open it up to the audience for questions. I think one of you already sort of touched on this idea that like there is this sense that if it's a secret that's revealed, that is somehow more like, it's certainly more juicy and reportable, but it's somehow more true, right? The stuff that is declassified, that was kept secret for so long, it's just perceived to be more like there must have been a reason. And I think one of the nice things about this panel is it's showing how much of the stuff that stays classified does so for no logical or intentional reason, or no concealment, right? So do you think that, are there ways that the sort of de-fetishization of secrets could help with this, right? That, just being a little more, here's stuff that's in the public domain, and we can, so that the impact of, so that people don't feel that the truth is still behind the curtain. It's just things that the agencies feel would damage, human lives or other sort of important networks or things like that. So how do we deal with the kind of like cachet of secrecy?
Well, I think that's human, isn't it? I think humans keep secrets. We do that to each other among, think about your own private lives. You shouldn't, but you do, and, But here's one thing. It's a matter of trust. If people don't trust the government, period, they'll always assume there are secrets even if there aren't. And some of these stories are about conspiracies that never existed. So there aren't documents that would actually get rid of this story because it never existed. And how do you prove a negative? It's very hard.
Of course they would say there were no documents.
Exactly. So I think it's all about trust. And I'm an optimist too, but I'm not naive. Of course, some people will always be mistrustful. And as I said, it's American to be skeptical of government. That's a good thing, I think. Keeps everyone on their toes. But I do believe it's trust in the way in the system, and it's in explaining why things aren't accessible in a way that doesn't give them away. Because of course, a caricature is that you explain, I can't tell you that we have an agent in the Russian government. You say that, and well, the Russian government knows we have an agent in the Russian government. But there's a way to do this more effectively, I would say. But there's something else going on that I want to share before Q&A. And this is fear in our government of making a mistake. And I'm not arguing that mistakes should be allowed, because that's not, but if you've got low-level folks who think that, God forbid, they make a mistake, they're going to lose their clearance, which means they're going to lose their job, you're going to have overclassification, because it's way easier to overclassify than to underclassify. And you're not going to release as much, because it's a lot easier to withhold than to release, because God forbid there's a mistake made. And I don't know how you do this. I don't know the approach, but it's a management issue. Because I would argue, and I'm not a general, and I'm not running an intelligence service. I'm actually not running anything. But I would argue that for the sake of transparency and democratic resilience, it's okay to make a few mistakes with the larger objective of building some trust that our government is incapable of keeping a grand conspiracy secret forever. And there's one other point to this, which is the best way to hold the powerful accountable is for them to know they can't get away with something. And if they know that it's going to be awfully hard to keep a secret, they might not do that bad thing. That's a bit naive, I recognize. But there is an advantage in building a system where people understand that ultimately there will be transparency.
Any final thoughts on that?
Well, I think the mistake one is an interesting one because people just naturally make mistakes, right? And I remember Director Panetta called me up to his office one time and said, Joe, what are my declassification responsibilities? So I would explain them to him. And I remember distinctly what he said. He says, boy, I'm really glad I don't have your job. And I said, well, that should mean something coming from you. But then I said, the volume of information and data that you're dealing with now is so great that even if you, were to allow your people to be, 90, 99%, whatever the percent accuracy is, there's still going to be thousands of mistakes on an annual basis. And I remember a mistake within a month happened, and it made it to, I can't remember what the newspaper was, but maybe it was the Post. But I got a call to say, hey, how did that happen? And I had to remind the director's suite that, do you remember the conversation I had? Well, now there's only several thousand more to go this year. And it is an interesting one that there is a fear of making a mistake, because in this area, if it gets out, I'm smart enough to know there's some things that I thought, oh my gosh, this is going to destroy the republic, that was innocuous. And there was some stuff that I thought was really innocuous that were the crown jewels. So Tim scratches an interesting itch there.
And we can't, as we were talking about in the AI panel, as they were talking about like training it on you think to yourself, like if you trained it on a time when China had not developed, but after the opening of China, but it wasn't as strong as it is now, you might be revealing things that under those circumstances that you would definitely want to keep secret now, but you can't live with that. What if you did that, you would never declassify anything. So these are hard problems for a Friday afternoon.
Mm-hmm.
Let's open it up to the audience and just raise your hands, and maybe we'll just collect a few. Would that be all right? And try and keep your questions short, and we'll get to as many as we can. We'll start here, and then we'll go to the back.
Hi, thanks so much for a great panel. Alex Cooley here. I'm a professor of political science, and I'm curious about private intelligence and its role in this emerging ecosystem. For a few years, I directed the Harriman Institute here at Columbia, and I was really surprised that by far the biggest job pathway was into private intelligence, and maybe political risk analysis, due diligence, public relations firms. They really valued the skill set of regional expertise we were giving our students. But how does this fit into the prediction about the ecosystem?
Can I jump on that?
Yeah,
can I jump on that really quickly?
Sure.
I think it's fantastic. I'm often asked the question, are you worried about Bellingcats of the world? Are you worried about these private sector intelligence firms that are doing X, Y, or Z, or proving they can find the truth their own investigatory way? My response is that's awesome. It's fantastic that we're able to find through the values that we have, through open discourse, freedom of expression, freedom of press inquiry, all the things we stand for, that we can find details increasingly in the open arena. My NIOs know they're not supposed to just write assessments based purely on what comes, as I said earlier, comes in classified. They should be husbanding together the best of the insight that's out there. If the best insight can be found in those tools, fantastic, we're going to use that. And guess what that also does? It gives us greater understanding and confidence in when we do have secrets. Can we verify, are we confident in them? Because they can come, they'll come from the other arena as well. We can't be afraid of those. To the contrary, we're going to need more of this.
Could I ask on this point, because what is trend line?
What is trend line?
Trend line. There seems to be a really interesting relationship that your office is building with universities. Could you? I don't know much about it, but it really responds to the professor's question.
I'm not familiar with if you're referring to something specifically called trend line.
Well, I'm referring to the fact that there's been a sharing of satellite imagery. Is that Tearline, my mistake, Tearline. Anyway, the intelligence community is partnering with universities to have students using open source information to assist the analysis of certain
So that's broadly what we're trying to do, partly in this transparency initiative through this. We're trying to embed some of the research that we need into the research you're all doing in a way we can make available to you at an unclassified level things we're interested in that are not necessarily classified. so that by sharing unclassified information that we're tracking and need further understanding of, we take advantage of the private sector that's doing this investigatory work.
Okay, in the back.
Thank you. My name is Scott, and my question is, do we have any reason to believe that the CIA may have destroyed files, and will we ever know the truth of some of the allegations involving the Warren Commission and the CIA, the Kennedy assassination, the Bay of Pigs fiasco, and the overthrow of democratically elected governments which have had interests opposed to our country? Thank you.
Should we collect a couple? Peter?
Yeah, quickly. I just want to make 2 quick comments.
Yeah, sure.
There you go, right here.
Just 2 quick comments. When
Hey,
you talked
introduce
about
yourself
presidents and whether they...
Introduce yourself.
Okay, sure. Peter Clement, I'm a senior research scholar, adjunct here teaching at SEPA. I worked at CIA for many, many years, and I know Joe fairly well. On the issue of presidents, this is your point, Elizabeth, which I really liked. Do presidents really ask where did this stuff come from? One of our biggest challenges in the year 2001 is when President Bush became president, he was delivered the PDB. This is all unclassified, by the way. The PDB's delivered, and on the last day before he walks into the White House as president, he tells his briefer, "Thank you so much. You've been great with all these briefings during the transition. You did a great job, and so I'm assuming tomorrow when I get there, you're going to give me the good stuff." And the briefer, Winston Wiley, says in the book, he used an expletive I won't use, but in the book it's there. And he says, "Are you freaking kidding me?" So he comes back to headquarters and tells us that President Bush actually wants like very detailed accounts of all our sources in the PDB. Well, obviously we're not going to provide him names of sources on the UMIT, but he kind of wants to know, oh, is it like the second secretary of the embassy in such and such a country? Or if it's SIGINT, who was talking in this conversation? So we had a lot of soul searching going on about how are we going to write for this particular president. But it gets to your point. This was one who really, really was curious. And it all worked out well, and I think the PDB was better for it. But it's a delicate issue. How much detail do you want to put in the PDBs? My second point is the elephant in the room about politics. And so this is a real question that we're facing now, which has to do with outside interference in U.S. elections. The obvious case is 2016, and I lived through this. CIA was literally pleading with the president, we have so much material that's mounting about a significant Russian effort to influence this election, we need to write about it. Like, we're not writing about it. And Obama said, no, we don't want to do this now because I don't want to be perceived as tilting the playing field in this election. We didn't write. And then finally in October 6th, a very short one-page item ran in the open source on Class about the fact the Russians were meddling in the election, basically. Of course, after the election, the president felt obliged to actually have, you better tell the full story of what happened here, which the IC did, published on January 6th. And it obviously became a very big political problem. So my question is, looking ahead, should there be a requirement for the IC or somebody needs, or Congress to say, irrespective of whatever party is running candidates, we need to have an assessment from the IC every election year of what's going on with foreigners who are trying to influence our election?
All right, so 2 easy questions. Who wants to tackle them first? Go ahead.
No. I've never overseen the CIA archive. Let me put it this way. As an outsider, as a consumer, one of the things I do with my students is I ask them to build plausible hypotheses of every single possible conspiracy regarding Kennedy, walk them through it as if we were doing a Netflix special. Each one is a different episode, and they can't. Because I provide them with all the information that has been classified over the last 50 years. And every single one of the conspiracies collapses. This is without taking a position. And my students, because they're younger and they have been through a period of self-radicalized terrorism, understand Lee Harvey Oswald better than their grandparents did, where everything was state-sponsored. So one of the things I propose to anybody who's interested in the John F. Kennedy assassination is simply pretend you're doing a police procedural, whether it's, I like NCIS, but it might not be that, whatever one you like, and for each of these conspiracies, build the chronology and explain how John F. Kennedy and the conspiracy were in the same place at the same time. They all collapse except one. So no one can speak to what's been destroyed. Nobody can. Joe couldn't, I mean, but the fact is, take what you got and see what's plausible. That's how I respond. And then understand when you do history that it's as much an art as a science. This is not about politics. And think about how much easier it is for us to do history in this era than those doing 19th century history where presidents destroyed their papers. So that's my suggestion regarding the first question.
On the second, I think it's really important that we normalize our recurring coverage of what adversaries are trying to do to affect our autonomy, not specific just to an election. Now, of course, I don't analyze the United States. What impact did something have on an election, right? But I do think it's really important. And that's why we stood up an NIO, National Intelligence Officer for Foreign Malign Influence specifically, because it is a routine requirement and not just when there's an election. We don't want to do it just when there's an election. We actually need to do it when we see it. We warn of what our adversaries are attempting to do, and we study the world to see what they're also doing around the world, where we learn a lot what they're trying to do in terms of their intentions and also their techniques. And also around the world, we can actually objectively analyze the impact they may have had, whereas we don't do that in the United States. So it should be routine.
Okay, more questions there and there?
Oh, yes, thank you so much. My question would be to the intelligence professionals, and that is, we've just experienced on October 7th something that's a repeat of what we saw at the time of the October War. I read the Agronaut Commission at the time, and we've seen essentially a repeat of cognitive dissonance. So how do you see the intelligence community dealing with that problem of cognitive dissonance right now?
Okay, there was another, yeah?
Hello, thank you so much. So today we talked about the importance of transparency and having reforms to our classification system, being an important facilitator towards democratic resilience. And one of the reforms that was mentioned was about leveraging the private sector or non-state actors to meet our national security needs, particularly using a model that's objective and apolitical. And I think what this will require, and some of the previous panels discussed, is having policymakers or intel officers or folks in the government with security clearances being involved in the development of these technologies or programs to reform our classification system. And I was just wondering, how do we navigate the flip side? Like, how do we leverage the private sector to meet our national security needs in a way that fits within our democratic capitalist system, a system that I believe that allows private companies that are profit-driven and arguably apolitical? Or if this is probably a very difficult question, or like conversations that you've had or thoughts that you have on this question. Thank you.
Someone want to start off with?
I'll respond to the last question in particular. Thanks for that. I think it's important for us to, we well recognize and we're well supervised in ensuring we're not, whatever we're doing, giving some advantage to one company over another in some unfair way by our relationship with them. That's tried and true to a standard that governs the U.S. intelligence community. At a broader level, I take seriously the analysis we can do in understanding ecosystems in the world and the norms underpinning them, what could enable a company, generically speaking, who adheres to freedom of expression, rule of law, transparency, et cetera, to succeed relative to what otherwise could happen in the international arena and the standards governing something that would disadvantage those kinds of companies relative to companies that are under the authoritarian grip of another state that doesn't adhere to our values at a broader level.
Okay, anyone want to tackle the October 7th? Cognitive dissonance?
I have to ask, what do you mean by cognitive dissonance, precisely?
And filtering through, the October War is a good example of that, having the concept. We know, all of us who are students of intelligence failures know this. And we know that in the case of the situation on October 7th, we're seeing a repetition of this. So how are we safeguarding it?
Yeah, okay, so very quickly.
Thank you.
So this is one of the reasons why I said we need to be more proactive in engaging all of you on the analysis we have, because we do need to be challenged. We don't want to groupthink. We don't want to mirror image. All the things that we challenge ourselves not to do, the more we open that up and encourage others to challenge us, the better. We can't just do it in the ivory tower, in the four walls of a classified building. We need to open up and ask the perspectives of others who could rightfully, objectively challenge us as well.
I think one other thing about this, though, not with respect to October 7th specifically, but I think about what Jervis's books and writings taught me about how to deal with complexity and there is a sense in which intelligence can get at the truth, like there are X number of battalions mobilizing or what have you. But there's another sense in which archives don't contain the truth. They contain the policymakers' differing records and interpretations of the truth. So, a great conversation I did have with Bob was about this fabulous article that I love to teach about by Fred Greenstein and Richard Immerman, and it's called "What Eisenhower Told Kennedy About Indochina." It's about this meeting that took place the day before Kennedy's inauguration, where they were having a conversation about Laos, and because before Vietnam, it was would the U.S. intervene in Laos? It was a big, big deal. And there are like 7 long memoranda of conversations, and it's like Rashomon, right? So one of these memos says Eisenhower definitely told JFK, you have got to intervene with troops. And another memo says he definitely said, do not intervene, right? All these people who were in the same room and heard the same conversation. So I think one lesson that perception and misperception teaches us is that these are like hard calls a lot of the time. Policymakers have limited information, their own cognitive biases, and they take in this information and they make a call. And so you're going to get some, it's not just declassification mistakes, it's mistakes, you could make the decision that was the best decision you could have made at the time and still get unlucky. And, there's this level on which the biases are actually not necessarily a good thing, but it is kind of what we pay policymakers for, is to have the ability to take in that information quickly, efficiently, and make the best judgment they can. And I think sometimes we forget that. But I've cited it more times than I can count. Chapter 4 of Perception and Misperception is where you will find that. So I hope that at least provides a little.
One of the things we prioritize every day, I do when I review analytic product that represents the IC, is finding dissent. And actually encouraging to find the alternative view somewhere. We have various techniques we employ in the intelligence community to challenge ourselves through alternative analysis and structured techniques to do that. But to go across the community and on a really hard issue, does INR really think that? Does DIA really think that? But then to unpack it, so it's not just an apples versus oranges sort of debate. Well, I want to say it this way, well, I want to say it this way. What you find is you get at the diagnostics behind it. They're thinking this way because they think this variable matters more, and they think the variable's tripping this way, whereas this element says they think this variable matters more, and it's tripping that way. And then you expose that to the policymaker who's also wrestling it with from a policy standpoint. That's a really, really important function of the integrated analysis.
All right, there's a question here, and is there another one on this side, maybe? All right, go ahead, these two in the front.
Hello, thank you for being here. This is really, really illuminating. You said something about consuming information, and in order to become, I'm hoping, an informed citizen. And I think the institutions are what adversaries are admiring America most for, and the resilience of institutions. I would like to ask one of you or each of you, where do you see institutions and their resilience and the state of America's institutions in 10 years?
You want? There was a gentleman right next to him, right next to her. Did you have a question?
Yes.
Okay.
Sure. Hi, thanks so much for taking the time to be here. So on the nature of classification, as a student who's currently studying intelligence, one of the themes I've kind of picked up on there is that there's only policy successes and intelligence failures. And so on that note, I'm just curious, as members of the IC, how you see maybe the IC as a whole, or maybe the US government as a whole, kind of increasing efforts to engage with the public on issues of transparency and ways you might think about of increasing trust as a whole. Thank you.
So we need to wrap up, so I'll ask each of you to maybe take those two questions and do a lightning round of last words. So should we start with Joe?
Yeah, I think to the degree that we can be transparent, we really have to be. And I think there's been a shift in the intelligence community on this topic in general. And I think, you know, the public engagement, whether it's, you know, through the openness advocacy community or just trying to do intelligence, you know, bringing in more open source, and I think is the way to go in the future. And I think technology is going to play a huge role in this as well. And Mike probably has more to say on this than me, but you know, deciding when a secret is no longer a secret can be a really complicated thing. I mean, it really, it's like an onion. There's lots of layers to it. So you have to be careful, but it's absolutely the right thing to do, and I think the IC has really embraced it.
I think to the second question, you see it increasingly, many are writing on it, how the national security community is asking the intel community to use intelligence for effects, for intel diplomacy around the world, increasingly so, and to challenge a false narrative that's out there in the international space, increasingly so. So as much as I say proactively, this is something we need to do, clearly, per the point I made earlier about intelligence being in the national security strategy, it's being operationalized. Now, we're better at that to the extent we normalize it, so we're not just doing it when we want to tell a story, but it's more normal in our normal course of business. So it's more credible, therefore. On the institutions question, I worry I'm not talking about US institutions, but the institution of science, the institution of fact, the institution of media, true investigative media, the institution of an independent judiciary, rule of law. I worry greatly about those things in the international arena. I've talked to tech communities about this. It bothers me that what gets money in YouTube or on social media platform is a lie. A lie metastasizes and proliferates 70% or faster more than the truth. Why does money go to something that is false? In the ideal state, why can't money go to something that makes you smart? You can solve that. We've solved a lot of problems for U.S. national security, so help us do that.
I'm hopeful that the creation of the Office of D&I has actually demystified intelligence a little bit. One of the challenges for the CIA was that since it was in the business of running agents, there was a certain mysticism around it, which made it seem less approachable in reaching out to obtain open source information and having the kind of dialogue that Mr. Collins has talked about. Regarding institutions, I believe I'm perhaps the only one on this panel who could say this at this point. I mean, on the panel itself, not the moderator. I think the strength of our institutions depends on what happens in the election.
On that incredibly optimistic note, join me in thanking
Thank you so much. Another terrific panel. We're 3 for 3 on terrific panels. This is fantastic. Now, since we are an academic institution, we thought that we would wrap up the day with a sort of summary and an exploration of what we've learned so far. There will be a quiz at the end. Just kidding, just kidding, just kidding. So I'd like to welcome to the stage Matt Connolly, professor of history and author of the excellent book, which has been referenced so far today, The Declassification Engine, What History Reveals About America's Top Secrets. And Matt will moderate the moderators. So we've welcomed back to the stage the 3 moderators from our previous panels, Carter Burrell, Sue Halpern, and Elizabeth Saunders, to kind of synthesize and wrap it all up. Thanks so much.
Yeah, it's kind of hilarious to be moderating the moderators
And you might worry, is this going to be the most moderate of all the panels? You know? So let me reassure you, I'm going to be immoderate a bit anyway, to begin with. And I thought I would just start offering a few thoughts, points of information that seem pertinent to a number of the kind of questions and issues that have come up in the course of the day. And then I'm going to open things up and invite my fellow panelists, if they would like to say a few things that they've occurred to them in the course of the day. But I want to leave a lot of time, for questions, because I felt like in an otherwise perfect conference, I thought the only thing we didn't have was enough time for questions, right? So I would like to give everyone here an opportunity to come into the conversation. So anyway, I'm not like checking out Twitter or anything. I just kept some of my notes on my phone here so I don't forget them. But the one really striking thing to me was how, even when you have a law like FOIA, the way it was amended, explicitly, instructing judges, to review when there's a request to have documents produced, they still won't do it. So, it's a real problem, right? And so I don't know what to do about that, and I forget who it was, it might have been Heidi, but talking about the kind of sociology of judges. So, I'm a historian, I'm not a sociologist, but I do think that this is one of the really kind of pressing, issues here is what do we do even when we have kind of the black letter text, that was meant to address one of the constitutional, conundrums. How do we hold public officials accountable if we at the same time empower them to keep secrets, right? And so if judges are not going to do it, who's going to do it? So there's that problem, and I don't know what to do about it. So maybe others on this panel will have ideas. One thing, and I got to ask Heidi about this during one of the breaks. I've been told that I should worry about is, let's say you do bring a case. Some of these, questions haven't really been adjudicated. And then unfortunately, you lose because now you've set a precedent, right? So, Heidi and anyone here could come in on this. She pointed out, well, it can't really be worse than it is now. So, I mean,
it can.
It can? All right, okay. So it might be, right? So, but that would be something also to think about. Maybe Carter could come in, right? He's the lawyer here. Should we worry about, if we really press some of these issues, and we did get a hearing, should we worry about setting bad precedents that could make a bad situation even worse? Okay, so in terms of the AI panel, I have to say, and here I'll be a little bit immoderate, it was kind of ironic. We had the panel where people were every one of them has been a leader, in use of technology and dealing with difficult problems. And I'm the historian here, so I can reassure you that, I'd like to anyway, that yes, I do think this is clearly a set of problems where there are ways in which technology can help. And clearly there are cultural, again, sociological aspects of this. I'll mention a couple of them. But long before we started talking about AI and its uses potentially for declassification, computer scientists had developed an entire body of research on the classification problem. In data science, they call it the classification problem. And clearly, this is not trying to, come up with something, that would be new or maybe inappropriate. It's actually a problem they've been working on for a long time. And they've gotten pretty far. Every time you see a show that Netflix has recommended, or you end up buying that thing that Amazon has suggested to you, basically it's a recommendation system, right? Much like the kind of system that could be used to not make decisions autonomously perhaps, but at least to make recommendations for the kinds of things that we would want our reviewers to focus on and spend more time on. In this case, it would be rank ordering the records that are most likely to have dangerous information. Because for sure, the current system is one that, where we have a lot of errors, and some of them could be explosive. And so I like to give examples where you have CIA sniper manuals, you have, or CIA assassination manuals, right? Showing how you could assassinate everyone in a room. That shouldn't be declassified. I mean, I wish that record didn't exist, but It does, and we probably don't want it out there. Okay, so the cultural aspect of this, the last panel, cognitive psychologists in the last few years have started to study this, and they'll take random documents, and some of them they stamp them as secret, and some of them they don't. And would you guess what happens? When you stamp something randomly as secret, people are more likely to think it's true, and they're more likely to think it's useful. So this is kind of what we're always going to be up against, right? The way in which secrecy is going to be used as a signaling mechanism. All right, so maybe at the last, there's so much more to say, but there's a great book, came out a couple years ago called Restricted Data. It's not a great title, unfortunately, but it's a fantastic book by a great historian, Alex Wellerstein. And he got to the very beginning of the regime, whereby we ended up with this crazy system. And interestingly, it started with physicists and chemists. They asked these professors to come up with a system whereby you could review and release records. And Alex makes a great point. Like, if you wanted to come up with a system for doing this efficiently, then why would you ask physicists and chemists to do it? But that's kind of where we are. And so I think it does make sense, to bring in other disciplines with, I think, more relevant expertise. Maybe the last thing to say is that I've been working with people, computer scientists, and I think this is like a multidimensional challenge. And so you want to bring people with different kinds of expertise. And for sure, one thing you can do if you work with them and you develop these algorithms, and you can use the date at which something was declassified as a way of creating a kind of natural experiment. So this was supposed to be secret in 2017, right? So that's one way you get the data you need, at least to prove the concept that you can develop these systems and test their accuracy to tell you what stuff was still supposed to be secret. And you get the 3% that we were talking about, right? You look at those examples, and I did this, I was so lucky, I got to do it with Bob Jervis. We took a set of State Department cables from the 70s, and the algorithm was telling us that they'd been misclassified. So the stuff that was supposed to be secret and the stuff that was supposed to be unclassified, so we redacted the classification marking, and then we gave Bob and Richard Immerman, we gave it to them. It was kind of like, if you're old enough like me, you remember the Coke Pepsi challenge, could they tell which was the ones that were supposed to be secret? And they were more likely to agree with the algorithm than they were with the original classification. So I think we could do more work like that, and not just write history books. I like history books too, but I think if we did more of that, then it would help to advance the conversation, right? In helping us understand how it is that there's already a lot of human error in this. The problem is we haven't measured it. We don't know how good these systems have to be because we don't know how bad the people are. So we need to be able to measure that, and then we know what the standard is, and we could try to do as well or better. Okay, so then I'm going to open it up and ask my fellow panelists in no particular order. Would anybody like to jump in on any of these? And then again, we'll take enough time then to ask everyone in the audience if they'd like to come in. Yeah.
There was a question earlier in your panel about the political issue that we haven't really addressed. It just feels to me like we just automatically assume that there's a neutrality to the technology that we're developing, and we know that's not true. And we really haven't figured out how to deal with that. That's the first thing. And the second thing was another issue that came up in your panel, which was changing administrations, policies that got overruled, declassification by by thinking, and all the way through this whole discussion, we really have to be cognizant of where the politics are influencing the outcomes. And I don't have the answer to that, but I think that if we're just making assumptions that everyone is good-hearted and we're all small d Democrats to begin with, we're going to end up in trouble.
Yeah, I'm a political scientist, so naturally I would say the politics are missing, but I was actually very heartened on the AI panel at how much the sociology was not missing, right? I mean, there was a time when you would listen to panels on AI and there'd be no acknowledgement of that. So clearly, I thought that panel was great, but and especially on the sort of human connections. But I do worry, and I don't just mean partisan politics or threats to democracy. I mean sort of, I think there's an assumption that if there's a problem that we all agree on, that it's a problem, that, why isn't it being solved? A really good example in this vein is the authorization to use military force in Afghanistan, which is still on the books, even though the war is technically over, and is being used to justify military operations still today.
Sorry.
And I think most people in Congress think it's pretty crazy that it's still on the books. Mm-hmm. There are some sincere efforts to, repeal it and replace it, or at least repeal it. But a very similar fear grips people, it doesn't ever get done, right? It's still, the 2002 one is still on the books, and the 1957 authorization to use military force in the Middle East, the Eisenhower Doctrine, also still on the books. I don't worry too much about that one. But so the question is here is this thing that everyone thinks is terrible, that it's still on the books, and yet nothing ever gets done. So flip the script a little bit and ask yourself, what would it take, politically speaking, to change it? To actually enact a law that people have to vote on. Congress people don't like to vote on anything if they can possibly avoid it. And then they'd have to, so if they just repeal it, then it's like, well, you've taken presidential power away. It's a little bit like this fear of making mistakes. You don't want to be the one who casts this vote and the following year, something in close proximity in time, the president does not have the authority anymore. Mm-hmm. And if you dare to try to craft something to replace it in the absence of a clear, unless there was another sort of precipitating event, then you risk signing on to, then you got to get into actual making just political choices, and ooh, that would be scary. Yeah. So I do think that we have to assume the inertia and that the constraints are actually hard to exert in practice. It gets to this question of the law's on the books, but it's not being used. This is similar to why judges don't want to get involved in this. So I do think we have to take into account the politics in every sense, the partisan politics, but also the likelihood that the politics will ever make it to the level of dealing with this problem. And if that isn't going to be it, then we need to think about other ways of handling it, because waiting for Congress is never a good idea.
I don't know that I want to disagree, but I do want to kind of step back and say that the service on the Public Interest Declassification Board, of which I'm a member, it's interesting how the membership, 5 are appointed by the president, 4 by congressional leaders. There's politics, but how I think that we've, at least I'm one of the older members now, embraced in a really not bipartisan but apolitical, nonpartisan view on addressing this issue, and the members have sought to embrace that. Now, I don't know that we've been terribly successful, although I'm incredibly grateful for Matt, because I think this event and the Jervis Center and Columbia for having this event, because it helps highlight this issue, which is, I think, ultimately our job on the Public Interest Declassification Board. I think we heard that the legal system is incredibly challenging to address it, not just by Congress, but the incentives by the executive to hold the information for judges to avoid making decisions. I think we got to hear that there is hope. Not that the computers will save us, but at least there's a path, maybe. A thoughtful path with some resources that people are working on it, both government officials and non-government officials. And what I'm not just grateful that we got to have this conversation today, because transparently discussing the issue is, I think, important, but folks like Joe and Michael Collins came and on behalf of the intelligence community kind of represented how important transparency is to them, and how trying to find a path forward on these issues is important. And so I go back to the idea that Congress is probably not the solution. It's an incredibly challenging place, narrow majorities, difficult times. I don't see that changing. But I go back to the D&I speech last year and some of the statements that you heard from folks in the intelligence community. This is important, people are getting that. And so grateful to get to have that conversation again, and I think a relatively apolitical manner. So that I'm grateful for.
So I spent a lot of time digging into the archives to try to figure out how different presidential administrations made policy on how they control national security information. And the short version is that they do whatever they can to try to maintain, exclusive executive power over what the rest of us are allowed to know. And I've seen this over and over again. And the things that we're told are meant to reform this system, if you really look at it closely, there are things like we want to limit the number of people who can create secrets. We want to reduce the amount of secrets, or the number of secrets that are created every year. We want to automatically, declassify secrets after a set period of time. If you think about it, what are they actually doing? What they're doing is they're saying, we here in the White House want to decide who it is that's allowed to create secrets. We want to know those people. We want to appoint them. We want to be able to fire them. And then we want to reduce the number of secrets that are created every year, because we don't want the Department of Energy and Commerce. We don't want those people who we don't know and can't fire. We don't want them creating secrets. We want to be able to control that. And if they're creating too many secrets, it's going to reduce the value of that power. And then automatic declassification, that's great. I like it. But what is it doing? It's saying there are too many secrets and we want to reduce the overall number of them, because it's a little bit like printing too much money. You have too many secrets and then it loses its value, its cachet. So that's what I would say, if we ever do get a new executive order, I think you want to look at it closely, because again, what I've seen over and over again is it's really about trying to maintain sovereign power over what the rest of us are allowed to know. That said, there have been some useful things over the years. And what I've noticed is that if you get into these records, when they do get released, it's the threat of congressional action. And so this was true even in the Carter years. Famously said that he wanted to, change the system and have a foreign policy the American people would know about and trust and so on. But it was Joe Biden, Senator Joe Biden, who was threatening, to take action. And he was saying that we're going to have to do this ourselves. We, Congress, are going to define what is national security information. And again, it happened during the Clinton administration. It was Daniel Patrick Moynihan, who, with his commission, was threatening to pass a law with teeth. And so time and again, even if you don't ultimately, sadly, I agree with you, we've been waiting a long time for Congress to finally check that power. It has in some ways, at certain times, FOIA most famously, but the threat of congressional action does sometimes curb, the excesses of White House, assertions of sovereign control over secrecy.
I'd just jump in and just say, what you're describing, though, is not just the struggle over who gets to know things. It's also the struggle over who gets to make policy. It's this classic, the president gets elected and then appoints people, and there's tension between the appointees and the civil service. And this is this is just a debate that infuses its policy responsiveness, who's accountable and is there a deep state? And I think most sane people think it's good to have both.
Right.
But the trade-off and the balance there is, I don't know if we can ever solve that. Presidents are always going to want it to be them.
Yeah.
I have a question for you, Matt. I'm turning the tables on you. So there are many different agencies and parts of the government that classify information. And we were talking earlier about an AI system an AI engine, which some of which you've built to, at least play with. Are there going to be, do you imagine that there's like a bespoke AI declassification engine for each of these agencies and parts of government? Or is there going to be some kind of rationalization that we see across the board that everyone is using? And I suppose you were also Carter, you were also dealing with when you were coming up with the report. So
that's a great question. And Sue, I'm going to answer that, and anybody else can too, and then open it up for any of the other questions. I love, by the way, when you say, what was the question I didn't ask? That's the best question of all. And so you may all be thinking of questions that we haven't asked or answered. But one thing, I want to shout out Ezra Cohen, another member of the PIDB. It was really, Ezra's idea, that we have this conference. I'm sad that he couldn't make it today. But I remember Ezra saying that, if we are going to have declassification engines, the Pentagon is never going to accept one that was built by the intelligence community and vice versa. So there's business here for Palantir, for KBR, and all the other contractors. It's like, and so I'm only half kidding about that, because I am one of the people who early on, somebody pointed out to me, you history professor need to understand how Washington works. It's not going to happen until people see money in it, right? And then once you create that market, and this is where we do need Congress to appropriate funds, not just create more unfunded mandates. You actually have to put money behind this idea. Even the hint of this is already sparking a lot of interest, like more interest in the last 6 months than I've seen in the last 10 years, in the private sector for creating this technology so that they can sell it to government. And we have 19 different intelligence, last time I checked, is it 19? Even the Space Force has an intelligence agency now.
Wait, they're arguing over here. What's the number?
18, all right, I exaggerated, as I'm prone to do. Yeah. So, but what Tim Naftali pointed out is that what they'll say, and the CIA, God bless them, they've actually funded some research. They've done work down at University of Texas, and even 8 years ago, I think. But the first thing they said is, God, you've got hundreds of declassification manuals. How do you expect us, to build rule-based systems, that are going to allow us to reproduce that decision-making process? Well, luckily, with LLMs, with the ChatGPT type systems, they actually can learn, if you give them enough data. And every time we've had people making decisions about what should be redacted and what doesn't have to be, they're basically creating training data for these systems to learn from, right? So we have to capture that training data, and then yes, we can start producing these systems. And they're not going to be perfect. They will hallucinate. But the better versions of LLMs now, there's one it's called Perplexity AI. People should check this out. It will retrieve, it's called retrieval augmented generation. It will get the records then that it used to generate the response to your question. And then you can look at it yourself. And by the way, there's a lot of interest now in government, a lot more than there is interest in declassification. They want to build these systems so that they could start using all the information they have about you, me, and everybody else. And so just imagine a LLM system like ChatGPT, where they can ask personal questions about any person on this planet, and it'll retrieve all the intelligence that they have about their person, their health records, their credit rating, and everything else. I mean, so that's the information that they're going to be harnessing and using these systems to reproduce or generate. So yeah, we got to do it ourselves, and that's why I'm working with data scientists at Columbia. We even have a government grant. The NSF has given us money at Columbia to build an LLM RAG system like this with declassified documents. So, and the idea is we're kind of red teaming this to see what people might be able to find out from all this. Sorry, what's going on? All right, what do you think? Any questions? What are the questions we haven't asked? What do you think? Yeah. The inimitable Jack Snyder.
So there are two models of how to use history based on formerly secret information to be smarter that have been discussed today. There's the wisdom of crowds. Declassify lots of stuff and have like everybody in the planet pawing over it and trying to sift it and figure out some insight from it. But the other model that we barely talked about was what Bob Jervis said should maybe also be done, which is to pick X number of topics every year or every administration, and really do a blitz to try to get to the bottom of things. And there are lots of examples of this. There's the 9/11 Commission. There's the what happened at Pearl Harbor.
The January 6th Commission.
January 6th. There's
Okay.
the there are many of these, but so this is a question for you, Matt. How would you rank both the risks and the value of the wisdom of crowds, like have bots declassifying as much as possible and hope that it causes more benefit than risk, as opposed to this kind of very systematic mega effort to answer a big, important historical question?
Yeah, I want all of it. Both. Yeah, and I've often thought, like, if you read the authorizing legislation for the Public Interest Declassification Board, written by Daniel Patrick Moynihan, there's language in there about how every member has, by definition, a need to know whatever they want to know. And I don't think, that's a question I don't think has been adjudicated. That's the sort of thing I think we could explore. But imagine like the PIDB, which has unfortunately a tiny budget and kind of no
Zero budget.
Yeah. So imagine they had a bit more of a budget and they had a staff, and they could say like the public is keenly interested in question X. Could be unidentified aerial phenomena. It could be a lot of things, right? There's so many things and you could use FOIA requests as a way of measuring public interest, right? And by the way, like, yeah.
Journalists, the media,
yeah,
the public, right? It's in the title of the board, the Public Interest Declassification Board.
Right.
What's in the public? What do we need to know?
Yeah.
Is it everything? Is it just, everything that's ever been classified over the last 50 years, or should we start with a couple specific key things?
Yeah. And so the PIDB could read everything that has not been released on the Kennedy assassination, everything that was redacted. And then they could, for all of us, tell us what your conclusions are. What did you find out, And you don't, again, you could, right? I mean, you could declassify things in that way. But you might also just summarize things that having read all of the stuff the rest of us aren't allowed to see. So that would be one thing you could do, right? And kind of enact what you had in mind. Like, yeah, there are certain priorities. There are things we really need to know about.
There's the Privacy and Civil Liberties Oversight Board, which was, enacted and empowered more after Snowden. If Congress, if the people want a more active system, it's there. But you'd have to allocate money to it and get people, full-time staff. We have two hardworking staffers here in the audience, but they are limited in their ability to devote time to the PIDB because they are called upon to do other jobs at the archives. And it's not just the PIDB, but Congress could have hearings on these issues. And there are ways to draw more attention to this, but thankfully to Columbia for having a great event to talk about it as well.
Yeah, and so unfortunately I have to wrap it up. We're gonna have brief closing remarks and then we're gonna have drinks. So we don't want to get between you and the bar. And I'll be there, and I'm happy to talk with everyone about anything. Okay, thank you. All right.
That's great, I think. Thank you so much, Matt, Elizabeth, Sue, and Carter for this fantastic wrap-up session. And there's no quiz. I know that I've learned a huge amount today. This is a topic that's not precisely in my wheelhouse, but I learned a huge amount, and I hope that everyone else here has too. But like all good academic conferences, I think we've raised as many important questions as we've answered, as we should. I'll mention a couple that have been raised for me. There's a comparative politics question that was raised in the first panel about why it is that the courts in the US are so much more reluctant to push back on the executive branch with respect to secrecy and justiciability with respect to other countries. So if there are comparative politics students in the room, that's a great thesis or dissertation topic that somebody should take up. Huge number of questions about AI that still need to be answered, both for this topic of classification and declassification, and more generally how AI intersects with society and societal priorities. And of course, lots and lots of work still to be done on the policy side in terms of reform that were raised by the third panel. So even though I think that Bob would have been embarrassed, as I said before, to have this conference named after him, and unfortunately, I think he might have not been particularly proud of Columbia University as an institution, or at least its administration. He was often not proud of the administration of Columbia, so maybe this is just par for the course. But given the events of this week, I think that would be particularly true for him. I know that despite that, he would have been incredibly proud of the discussion that we had here today. As has been mentioned throughout the day, he was deeply committed to the issue of sharing and declassifying information while still sensitive to the need for governments to keep some secrets. So this was a topic that was dear to his heart. And I think also the example of this conference is something that was also very dear to his heart, of bringing academics and practitioners together. There are political scientists in the world at departments I won't name, where there's a sort of mutual disdain between the academic and the policy world. And that's not been true here at Columbia, and that is largely due to Bob Jervis, an example, and the culture that he set. And that's something that I personally am deeply grateful to him for, and hope that we continue to continue that. I also know he would have been immensely proud of Karen, his former student and now our dean, and to others of his former students who are here or joining us online or watching the video of this in the future, as well as all of the current students in the room. So I want to thank everyone for coming. I want to once again thank our co-sponsors, the SIPA's Institute of Global Politics, which has helped us put on this really high-level conference. For those of you who are academics, you know that this is not how academic conferences normally run. We don't normally have this level of kind of polish and professionalism. So that is IGP's influence, and we're very grateful for it. Columbia's Institute for Social and Economic Research and Policy, ISERP, which has helped with the funding for this conference, and the Public Interest Declassification Board, with thanks not only for the participation today of Carter and Carmen, who've enlightened us, but for everybody on the board, including Ezra, who couldn't be here, for your service to the country on this crucial issue. So thank you for that. And then to the Saltzman Institute, to faculty members who contributed to the planning, for the content planning for today, and of course to Ingrid and Olivia and our fantastic student staff who helped us put this together. Great big thanks to all of them. And then finally, a special thank you to Kathy Jervis for being with us here today. Kathy is a valued and longtime member of the Saltzman community in her own right, and not just because she shared Bob with us. So thank you, Kathy, for being here. And so thank you all, audience, panelists, moderators, everyone for this. It's been a terrific day. As Matt said, we now have a reception in the lobby, so please join us for that. Thanks so much.